We are in the age of truth, freedom,
We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right then, I forgot I was testing and I had that explosion button on, but it's all good because that's how we finna do. We finna light this MF up. So welcome family to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, March 4th, and we have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 20 of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. Now, if this is your first time joining us in this series, we started out this series with a document by the Alphabet Boys that was discussing the power of consciousness through a study that they conducted back in the 80s, but they released the findings from that study in 2003. So in that particular study, they went over from everything from transcendental meditation. They admitted to being able to create with your consciousness, and they were able to track folks creating with their consciousness via an infrared light. They admitted in that study that we live in a hologram universe. They admitted that time doesn't exist the way it's being taught, that everything happens simultaneously. So meaning the now, the past, and the future. And then many, many other jewels. So if you haven't checked that out, I suggest you go to the beginning of the series. We do drop the exact document that we were using from the Alphabet Boys. I highly encourage people to download that document for their records. You will be highly, highly shocked on what they admitted in that documentation on how powerful you are as a divine being. They also went into astral travel and how you're able to defy time, space, dimension. And we call that the click out via their documentation, and go back to nothingness or the true source to create as well. They also admitted to multiple dimensions. All right. So I highly encourage you to check out the first early shows in the series if this is your first time with us. Over the last couple weeks, I'd say maybe 2 weeks ago, we introduced a concept regarding what the moon really is. So meaning the moon is not a ball, a solid ball floating out in space. That the moon is actually a reflection off of the crystallized dome or the ether reflection of Earth. And we went over that material from 2 other YouTube channels. And they also discuss, particularly one YouTube channel, and kind of this moon is going to come up. So all of these colored areas, you all about to see it on YouTube. All of these colored areas, they represent all of the land mass on Earth. So there is a lot of hidden territory that we are not seeing. And yes, part of that hidden territory is definitely Lemuria and Atlantis, which are extremely close to us, by the way. But that's just a small portion of the land that is hidden. So I highly encourage you to check out that video as well. Get the 2 sources. Those 2 gentlemen, they do great bodies of work. All right. So now in the series, we are going over, child, let me tell you. This particular information we're going over now, Brother Sean found this document. And the document is called Path to Orion. And I'm going to pull it up in a minute when we get deep into the material. And it is also a book. I did not know that. Shout out to Brother Christopher for putting us up on that. I did not know it is a book on YouTube, on Amazon that you can order. I ordered mine. I am waiting on it. I wish the sister would put it in a digital form. So, but I did order mine, but it's called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace and Justice. It's by Emily Windsor Cragg. All right. So in a minute, I'm going to bring it up so you could see it yourself. I highly encourage you to get the book. Child, let me tell you, she goes deep into the origins of the beginning of the going-ons when the Annunaki beings were here. When they landed 450,000 years ago. Now, the thing that is great and shocking is the fact that she admitted in her book that when the Anunnaki came here 450,000 years ago now, that there were already people here. And the people that were here, guess who those people were? They were people from North America. So that was just one of the many revelations that she brought out. She is going over a creation story, but you have to keep in content. There was already people here on the land. Who was that other creation? Okay. All right. And she goes into a little bit about the Galactic Council and how Enki and Enlil were part of a galactic council. And they had to follow orders. And there's this galactic treaty, yada, yada, yada. So it's been really, really, really a great book, great experience. She's really getting to the nitty gritty of a lot of these origins of these religions and the origins of the system that we see today, that Babylon system. Okay, so we're going to pick back up with that. So I do want to give a shout out to the YouTube family. I see Brother Scotty in the house, Brother Orlando's in the building early. I'm born. He dipped out, but he'll be back. Brother Randy in the house. Sis Summer Breeze, Sis Thelma, Sis Delicia, Sis Shane, Aliska in the Forgive me, sis, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Sis Thelma. Hey, sis Rhonda, it's me. And brother Christopher. So peace and love to all, family. So let me bring on, I see sis Sandra and I see brother Scotty Saturn. So let me bring them on. Let me admit that person. Okay, sis Sandra, you should be able to unmute. All right, let me do you again.
Yeah.
All right, there you are. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Oh, peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right.
Hey,
Yes, sis said, hey, family. Okay, I'm gonna bring on dead brother Scotty. I don't see how I can.
hey, we won't have any music tonight.
Huh?
We won't have any music tonight.
Oh, girl, because he was bumping it last week, honey. Like he was having a little party.
If he wasn't making records, I wouldn't say nothing. I would have to say, don't do that.
Right. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I'm like, I hear some music in the background. Who playing music? Okay,
Girl,
brother Scotty, I don't see I don't know how you own, and I don't know how to open up your mic. So I don't know what's that about, brother. Okay. All right. Okay, family. So there we go. There we go, brother Scotty. So now you should be able to unmute. Yep, there you go. Yeah. Hey, my son. Peace and love. How are you?
I don't know what the sound is connecting to.
Oh, I hear you fine. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. He can't hear me.
I'm gonna come back out and rejoin.
Okay.
You guys can hear me. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
I can't hear anything now.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. All right, family. So while brother Scotty is coming back in, shout out to Razzle Dazzle, peace and love. Yeah, brother Christopher, I agree. I don't think Atlantis and Lemuria sunk either. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. Now, interestingly enough, someone sent me another YouTube video, and I'll dig it up before the show is over. And the young man was going over. It was a lot of mud flood stuff, but he was saying how, you know, the indigenous people of the Americas were melanated. And he was also talking about Lemuria and Atlantis. And so I just went in his comments because he was flip-flopping the landmass. And so I went in his comments and said, well, no, actually Lemuria is next to Madagascar and Australia, because the animal, the lemur, supposedly came from Lemuria. That's why that animal lemur is named lemur for Lemuria. And if you look up lemur, the lemur is from Madagascar. So, yeah, I don't believe a doggone thing was sunk. I don't believe that at all. But I feel all of that will truly be revealed. But yes, very great point. What you say, Proton? Peace and love. Also, what you say, I don't think Pangea never happened. Maybe not, because now they have to explain. That's a good point you bring up. Because now they also have to explain, what about that huge landmass? The one gentleman's video, he's calling it Terra Vista, but it's that huge landmass that Admiral Byrd. If you are familiar with Admiral Byrd, who did the Operation High Jump, and he said he saw land as far as your eyes can see. Now, based on the moon map that the gentleman showed us, and he just changed his name, his YouTube name, I think it's Cosmos Vibes. That's his YouTube channel. He just changed it 2 weeks ago. Cosmo Vibes. Based on the maps that he's showing us, where Admiral Byrd would have been standing and looking, that land that he named Terra Vista, and he didn't name it that. I was able to catch the gentleman's live one time, and I asked him, where did he get the names for the hidden landmass? And he said, from ancient maps. And then it hit me. I said, oh crap, I remember seeing those ancient maps, and it had the Terra Vista and the little islands around it, but I didn't know what I was looking at. So anyway, based on that map, where Admiral Byrd said he was standing looking out and he saw land as far as the eyes can see, that matches up with Terra Vista. So that whole Pangea theory, you got to explain all of that, because it's just not about the Europe and the Asia and the Americas being smashed together. What about the Lemuria, the Atlantis, and the Terra Vistas, and all the little islands in between? So that's a very good point, Proton. Very good. Vibes of Cosmo. Thank you, Brother Scotty. So yeah, I highly recommend you all check out that gentleman's channel. He has, he got a lot of great information on there, you all. A lot of great. You're going to do a lot of binge video watching on his channel. I highly, highly recommend it. Okay, so let me, Sis Sandra, what you got tonight for go ahead on with the fuckery? I'm assuming Brother Sean is running late. He'll be here when he be here.
Well, you know, this world was kind of wacky anyhow. So we're dealing with a lot of problems as far as where we are right now. But you know what? I was, well, as you were giving your introduction about consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the Patriot movement is basing their success on consciousness. They want everybody to always say they're part of the movement, they're conscious, they believe that it's going forward, they're participating. And when I read the website all the time is, are you with us? You know, you buy your coin if you're with us. Do you support us? Do you support us? Do you support us? Do you support us? That's a good God. How many times you gonna say it? So some people said they want a certain percentage to have their, you know, so the military can move forward and all this kind of stuff. I don't know how true that is, but it's all about how we perceive things. And they're talking about these things that you're talking about right now with that lady's stuff. The Winston, whatever her last name is, but you know Windsor.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know that's the royal family's name, right?
Right. But you know, that was the appointed, they had to get permission by King Charles to use that name. Remember that?
I understand, and I kind of disagree with that. And I said that before, but I ain't gonna go there.
Yeah, well, it's not disagreement. It's in writing. That's what happened.
Well, I understand it's in writing, but you know, anyway. But what I'm saying is that the consciousness of the people in the Patriot movement is they wanted up. They wanted them to create their reality by their thoughts, and they're really using the consciousness principles now to get the Patriots movement.
Yeah, because they didn't botch their movement. That's what time that is. They botched their movement because they put all of their stock in Trump card and QNEM. So now they've switched gears and now they want to talk about consciousness and creating their reality. And that's their right to do so. It's their movement. Do you, boo? I'm just calling you on the fact that your whole movement was based around Trump card. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. He was going to free this. New Republic that. Q them said this, that. Elemento P them. And now that none of that happened, none of what you said has come to fruition regarding, not all of that particular movement, but some of them in that movement talking about debt forgiveness, this, that, and the third. Now you want to talk about consciousness. Now you want to talk about consciousness. And that's okay too. That's okay too if you want to talk about consciousness. But let's be real where you started and why the switch now.
Well, there's a lot of people who are a part of the movement that's on YouTube, and I guess each person has their own perspective. But we know that consciousness is what makes things happen and created.
Right.
Created. And so they're using that as, well, let's put it like this. The Illuminati or the elite uses our consciousness to rule the planet. And the only way they're going to stop ruling the planet is we're going to think them out of existence. So that's why I think they went towards consciousness, because the Illuminati deals with astrology. They deal with the changing of the age. They deal with the numbers. They deal with, magic, because they stole it from the ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to do something on 9/11, say for instance 9/11. Well, that's the numbers of completion and stuff that they did that 9/11. So they did things all, and they do the 3-3, the Mason symbols and all that kind of stuff. So I think they have no choice but to go to consciousness. That's my opinion, because if you don't use your consciousness to override their magic, you're not going to get nowhere.
Right.
So,
Agreed,
so
sis.
that's what they're doing. And so I've been listening to them, but the problem is people want to fight. They just want to fight. And they don't have the mindset to use their consciousness. A lot of people, I see comments, they're lying, they're cheating us, they're this, they're that. We're going to take this stuff back, and we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do that. And they're not trained to use consciousness. They're not trained to create their reality.
Mm-hmm.
We know that we have to, it depends on who's awake and who's not. You have to make life the way you want it.
Right.
Or you're going to get what somebody gives you, because they're going to make it for you. So this is what people are angry, because it's not happening on this date. It's not happening on this date or that date. So they're trying to get the people to calm down and just wait, because they have it in control, they say. So that's why I'm thinking, this is really an interesting experience in watching consciousness work or don't work for these people.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're talking about our souls, and then they say the elites don't have one, and this is why they can do what they're doing, and so on and so forth. And the atrocities that the people have committed against humankind is off the charts. It is off the charts with the young children. And they have, I've known about it for years, but nobody believed, because the media has the higher hand, because they program. There's another part of the consciousness stuff we gotta take a look at. They're programming.
Go ahead. No, I got you. I just blocked somebody.
They're programming people not to believe. So they got this big old massive media because it's the television, as Brother Sean always says, and that television is telling them the lie, and they don't understand that. People don't understand that they're being programmed, and they've been doing that for a long time. And they need to stop getting programs every night and stop listening to garbage. Because when people start talking stuff, I just turn them off. I don't even deal with it. But it's really important with this new dimensional shift and with the pole shift that people get on board to get into this new age, this golden age. Because if they still want to keep staying in the 3D, they're going to have all these doubts. I really get tired of people talking, I don't believe, okay, just shut up. If you can't say anything good about my music, don't say nothing at all.
Right.
And consciousness is very important. It's a very important tool that we need for creation. And so this is what I saw as really the problem with going forward in the new age is to get the old mindset out of your mind.
Indeed.
That's what I saw.
Indeed, sis, indeed. And again, folks have the right to believe whatever they want to believe.
That's true.
You don't have to believe anything I'm saying. Personally, I really don't care. It's not my responsibility to try to make you believe anything. I'm just putting out the information. Whether or not you agree with it, that's on you. You have the right to create whatever world you want to live in. The only difference is we are in a different frequency where you cannot impose your behavior on others when it causes harm. So that's not my issue. Like I've said several times, you stand outside and tell the plasma that. I don't want to hear it. I'm not trying to stop anybody from doing anything. That's your right. So you don't have the right to tell other people what to think, nor what to say, or infringe your ways on others. Just like I don't have that right. This isn't hard. But because we have people in this realm that cannot survive unless they are ciphering energy off of others, that's where the problem really comes into play. Mm-hmm. That's where the problem comes into play. Because if I got on YouTube and sang zippity doo dah out of my a-hole, that's my...
Can you do that, sis?
I really can't, but I got that from a damn, it was a Chevy Chase movie, and he was sitting there and got pissed at somebody. He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna sing zippity zoo dah out of our a-hole." I hit the flow, so that's where I'm getting that from. I'm borrowing that from Chevy Chase, but I mean that shit. I don't infringe my ways on other people. That's your business. Do you? But you're not going to infringe your ways on me. That's all across the board. I don't give a fuck who you are. None of that. That's the problem. People want to control what people say, what people think. You can take that up the street, bro. It ain't finna happen over here. So, but absolutely great point. Great point, sis. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Oh, that's in power. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Family, how y'all doing?
It's just me and Sis Sandra. Brother Scotty gonna try to get back on. He was having problems a little bit earlier.
Okay.
So it's good to hear your voice, brother.
Likewise.
What's on your mind?
Ooh. Okay now.
Ask the floor, brother.
It's just hard to begin without being repetitive because it's the same shit, different time zone.
Right.
Nothing that they're doing is new. They've been after your soul consciousness.
Absolutely.
That's the energy source.
Absolutely.
Period. And it's all been by consent.
Absolutely.
We have to keep saying that. All you have to do is stop, just like you consented. But you enjoy the fuckery. Just be honest with yourself about what you want and what you don't want.
Right.
That way, you ain't interfering with the rest of us doing what we came here to do.
Right.
Then we ain't got to put your ass in your place.
Right.
If you just stay there to begin with. We're not asking anybody for anything. We just want you to be yourself, know who you are, and know what the fuck you're doing.
That's
because
right.
there's consequences. And we're tired of dealing with y'all bullshit ass consequences.
Right.
We shouldn't have to keep going through this. Y'all want to leave? Leave. You want to be a hybrid alien? You think that's you? Then go hang out with them and see whether or not they accept you. Leave the rest of us alone.
Right.
The system is done for. There's no more lawful contracts unless you've signed one. But that's you. That's a contract you entered. And you're not about to put the rest of us in that bullshit. Period.
Exactly.
Play with these people all you want to. Their time is short. Therefore, your time is short. That's all by your choice. You accept everything they want you to believe. You still won't take the time to get to know who you are.
Indeed.
But y'all can have it. I mean, I'm wrong if I ever told you not to do something. Because, I mean, it's consequences with everything. You fuck with the wrong person, they gonna knock your head off. Period. That's some of us right here, right now. And it don't have to be physically.
Right.
We will spiritually cut your motherfucking head off.
Yep.
Leave us alone.
Yep.
That's my fuckery. Leave us alone.
Exactly. Go on and create the world you want to live in. I personally don't have a problem with whoever you said the Patriot folks. I forgot specifically who you said, sis, at the beginning, who was talking about consciousness. Go on and do you, boo. Long as you're not infringing on somebody else, do you.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sis.
Uh-huh.
I was listening to one of them, and they got to talking about like reparations, right?
Child, I don't care what we do, they gonna talk about it.
Right, but this is the point I'm getting to.
Mm-hmm.
He encouraged his audience, which you know is primarily quote unquote white.
Right.
He's like, if they gonna get reparations and free college, what's to stop all of us from saying that we got a drop of black blood in us? We can all claim to be black.
But see, I just dropped on, was it Monday? Monday, a thing on reparations. Go check it out. I already laid it out, and it's not like I'm the first that laid it out that way. Go check it out. I already know where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
I already know that it's where it's going.
Yeah, I think that's a Biden thing. He's trying to start doing something.
No, this was one of the quote unquote patriots, a Trump follower. This wasn't no goddamn Biden supporter.
Yeah, he's doing it too.
What you mean they're all doing it? I mean, okay, because Trump is against pedophilia and some other things because he's trying to implement a system where he's the benefactor. Mm-hmm. Doesn't stop the fact that it's a fucking system and none of them belong here.
Right.
The whole thing is, it's always gonna go back to Inky and them.
Right.
Ain't no way around any of that. So all of this is fuckery, irregardless to what they trying to tell you they gonna do, what they trying to give you, this, that, or the other. It's a political system that has to go. One half of it is already over. They're trying to re-implement the old republic.
Exactly.
They ain't bringing you nothing new. They keep telling you they're trying to bring back the republic.
Yep. They being clear.
Right. We had no parts of the republic, not as beneficiaries.
Right.
Because they took everything from us in that. And then they got hijacked in 1913 or whenever.
Right. Right.
The crooks stole from crooks.
Pretty much.
But it's all ours.
Exactly.
So all that bullshit they talking about, they're stealing our scientists, everything. They're doing everything they can.
Brother Scotty, mute your stuff. Mute your stuff in the background. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They're doing everything they can to be us, whether they're claiming to be spiritual beings, whatever level or different discipline that we've had. They're claiming all of it. Ain't not one part of it that they haven't touched. That's why we don't hear them talking about identity theft.
Yep. No, they can't.
Right, because they still stealing our fucking identities. They're stealing everything from us. Copyright infringements, intellectual property rights, whatever the fuck you want to name. They're stealing it from us.
Right. Right.
And they're not going to go away because we wish them away. Don't you think this knowledge has been around forever about thoughts and the thought process, considering that they set up and implemented it in the way that we know it? They want you to keep sitting up meditating, hoping that it's going to make them go away one day. If they sitting up telling you about meditation and what you can do with it, you think that they're going to let you sit up and meditate them away? At some point, it's going to have to be some physical shit. Whether it's brought about mentally, whether it's linking with mama, the removal is not going to happen from your thoughts alone. Or we wouldn't be in this predicament. We would have already changed it. The 1% of us that's always thinking of ways to change this shit, it would have already been happened. Everybody has to do their part. People can't keep sitting around just waiting for certain people to get shit done so shit is easy for everybody.
Right.
You have to do your part. We can make shit easy for us. You can watch us have it easy, but you still gonna be fucking struggling.
Right.
If you don't break your bloodline curse, you still fuck.
Come on with it now.
Rhonda straightening out hers, that don't save you and yours. You just happen to witness somebody doing greatness. But you didn't partake in it. That's even if you go back to your Jesus, Isus, whatever name y'all want to call this dude.
Oh, no, he didn't say Jesus. I was like, who the hell is Jesus? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did he not tell y'all that y'all would do greater works than him? But y'all ain't doing shit, waiting for him to come back, wondering what would Jesus do. He looking at you, waiting to see what the fuck you gonna do. He told you was a god. He told you was going to perform greater works than he.
Right.
And he told you when he was coming back with a sword. So he even telling you when he come back that he want to fight.
Right.
And y'all still waiting around on motherfuckers to save y'all, whether we talking about aliens or who the fuck ever.
Right.
Ain't y'all tired of waiting?
Right.
Y'all waited all this time for Trump. Now he's saying that you got to wait and see all this, that, or the other happen. All these more million people got to die or allegedly die, this, that, or the other, until the people wake up and reclaim the country. It ain't their motherfucking country to reclaim.
Purr.
So ain't no need of waiting on them to do shit. It's either we gonna bust a move or we ain't. If we ain't gonna bust a move, then you might as well figure out where you fit in and do whatever paperwork gonna get you a little slack, whatever. It's either you ready to do this or you ain't.
Right.
Point blank, period. We ain't got to discuss everything right here, but the bottom line is they ain't playing.
Right.
They showing you bullshit on TV to keep you distracted. What you want to do?
Right.
I digress.
Right. So let me go on and give the hand clap. Agree, Brother Sean. So it's no surprise to me that they're now talking about reparations. I told y'all on my drop on Monday that white folks were going to talk reparations, but I said it in a different light on why they were going to talk reparations. So it is what it is. I also warned ADOS, and those talking of reparations, go right on ahead. You talking yourself right up off the land. So go on, white folk. You want to be black? Go on, boo-boo. Put it on down. So that's a double claim against you for not being from this land. So y'all go with all the fuckery that you want. Either way, ADOS or white folks that want to play crazy. And that's the problem I have with the whole quote, quote, patriot movement, because they flip-flop. Now, if this is if that's true, now, if this is not true for all of the patriots movement, forgive me in advance. But if the shoe fit, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. This is the problem I have with that movement, with the flip-flopping. There is no running and hiding, baby. There ain't no running and hiding. The fact of the matter is, you know you're not indigenous to this land. I don't care how many constitutions you pull up, how organic you feel that MF is, who wrote it for you. I don't care about any of that. That does not negate the fact of where you are originally from. So African Americans, if you're African, go on and get your payout and start making your voyage back over to Africa. So white folks that claim black, you African Americans, so you might as well start making your arrangements to go back over to Africa too.
They should have been making arrangements considering they know so much. I mean, they was the first slaves and all this, that, and the other. Get your reparations.
And that's what I said in the reparations video. If your folks came over here and were put in bondage, white folks, then yeah, you do. You can get a claim. That's exactly what I said in the reparations video. So go on, patriots, go on and put that down. Go on and put down that you African American. Go right the fuck on. Because you're not going to get that ship back over to Europe. You're going to get it back over to Africa.
Go build that up. Go play in the deserts.
Right.
And make some more fake ass pyramids.
Right. So all of this shit about make America great again at the expense of the indigenous people, you're on some bullshit to that whole entire community. That's why I never rolled with the Trump card stuff. I said they could kiss my ass then and they could kiss my ass now. I meant what I said, because if you don't respect the indigenous people of this land, I don't have anything for you. You cannot look me in the face and call me your quote, quote, sister. We're brothers and sisters, but you want to deny my heritage. Get the fuck out my face. ADOS, if that's what you want to do, go right on ahead. Leave the indigenous people the fuck out of it. We don't want nothing to do with it. But just realize you getting on that boat.
Mm-hmm.
You getting on that boat, boo. So enjoy that payout that they're going to give you that's only going to last for one generation, because the highest that I heard was $100,000.
Yep.
That ain't shit to me.
And that's going to be in yearly payments from what I understand.
Oh, I heard that was a one-time payment.
Oh, I heard some other places that it was going to be yearly payments.
That still ain't shit to me. No.
Trust me, I know.
Shit, I could buy a car for $100K every year and still really can buy a car more expensive than $100K. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
So ADOS, you have been warned several times by the indigenous people. We have warned you several times. So go on and take that payment and get ready to be on that boat. Patriot, Caucasians, go on and put down that you Black/African American. You're going to be on that boat too, back to Africa.
Mm-hmm. Failure to acknowledge.
Yeah. Don't nobody have time for these childish games. It's childish.
Yep, I don't want that recognition. I just want them to acknowledge who we are. In that acknowledgement, they have to admit to themselves and to the world who shit this is.
Yeah, and I heard on Legendary Top Cat's show that the Cherokee are now letting the freedmen in their tribes. I said, yeah.
They're trying to save their ass. They're trying to save
you're trying to save your ass. Your $5 ass.
But that's how they gonna get some of them.
Oh yeah. And that's on them. That's on them. But the indigenous, we give no fucks about that. Cherokee, $5. We give no fucks.
Because you notice how they do it, sis? They tell our people that no, you can't do this for so long to our people beg and beg.
Right, I ain't begging you for shit. Exactly.
Then they let you in because it was their game plan all along to get you to voluntarily give up what's naturally yours and accept some privileges. Right.
Because even the all of those civilized tribes, most of them, they're living in poverty. Those reservations is worse than the ghettos. The hoods live better than they live on the reservations. The only ones that are benefiting from that Indian status are a very few. So they have chiefs that are grossly mismanaging the funds that they are getting.
Mm-hmm. And what was that statement, sis? Beyond the pale?
Right.
Them the only ones that's really getting paid, them pale people that pretending.
Right. And on the reservations where the poverty is really happening, they know that. They know that. It's gotten so bad. I saw a documentary, it was a couple of years ago, it was on PBS, where the drug use and the alcoholism on those reservations, that they had to, some of them had to put their children as their elders started to pass away, they had to start putting their children into the corporation's system. So meaning into their child and protective services system. Because they just weren't able to take care of them. So I personally, I don't see the thrill of being a part of any of their nations. And I know what it means. That means you're still under a corporate construct. So I'm not impressed.
Hey, sis.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear where they're talking about that they're anticipating 13,000 unaccompanied minors?
From where?
From across the border. Now, I mean, how did they come up with such a specific number? And where are the parents?
It's just disgusting. We're talking coming from Mexico or just period?
Coming from Mexico, across the border. That's why they keep talking all that stuff about unaccompanied minors and having these camps specifically for them. And this is what people voted for. This is actually what people...
Yeah, because that's one of the first things Biden did. Didn't he reverse the immigration stuff? If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to lie on him. But I think that's what he did. He started reversing some of the immigration stuff.
Yep, started opening up everything where they get their children and adrenochrome from.
Yeah, that's another. They said that Obama had set up that system in the White House. So somebody said they're planning on making this system work. You know, I mean, a 9-year-old kid walked 200-300 miles by himself? I don't think so.
Well, they're accompanied by runners.
Yeah, it's all planned. It's all planned for sure.
They're just getting those children. You in California, they had 13 people that was killed in a SUV. It was 25 in there. So what do you think that sounds like?
Now, come on now, sis. You know California. Now, when I was doing an assignment in Texas, I was in West Texas, by the Gulf. That's where my assignment was. Another one of my coworkers, he was right there on the border, y'all. And it was always people crossing over the border, and he so happened to be Hispanic. I think he was Mexican, but don't quote me on that. And it would and I know that's why they sent him there, which that's not right within itself. But plus he's bilingual, and he said that the police presence was heavy there. It was a lot of kidnapping. Now I'm talking on the U.S. side. I ain't talking on the Mexico side.
Yes.
Now, Cali, let's get on Cali. Now, let's not play. Because Cali, where do they come in on Cali? Ain't it San Diego?
Tijuana, yeah.
I used to hang in San Diego at least once a year, couple weeks. Because I think it's beautiful. I haven't been in years, but I love La Jolla, California. And you have to go through that border check. I have seen people come through illegally with the big vans.
Exactly.
Where a lot of times it just wasn't any of the workers there. And I'll never forget, we were coming through and we had this Spanish guy, I'm assuming Mexican, had this big old van. And when he saw that it wasn't anybody there to check the cars or whatever, he just got so happy and was laughing. And everybody at my car, we all looked at each other. We said, did you see that shit? And we were like, yeah, we said, goddamn well, he had a van full of people in the back of that van. So let's not play. California, y'all know exactly how they're crossing the border.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. And nobody, this is before even Biden even say, come on, baby. I mean, what reason did they have to come through a broken piece of the wall if they could just go through San Diego and go through? That was
exactly.
To me, that was really bad judgment, because they pulled out in front of the truck, obviously, and got T-boned. But they could have went through the border crossing, because he said, come on in, didn't he?
Well, he told them they got to wait for a little bit.
It's that whole situation is sad, because some of them that do get those, I forgot what you call them, the people that help them cross the little borders. And those are the poor of the poorest of the poor, by the way.
Traffickers.
And they got, the trackers, and they got to go through the desert, and a lot of them died. They died from dehydration. So it ain't like it's no pretty passage, but I saw a documentary on YouTube, and of course they snatched that MF down while Perez O was in office. Right. And it was a lady who was over some program, and she showed evidence where they were bringing busloads of immigrants. Y'all know them charter buses, if y'all go on bus trips. Mm-hmm. They were bringing busloads of folks over. It was all planned, and they were in the government systems setting these people up with food stamps, a doggone regular monthly check, setting them up comfortably, an apartment, etc. And they were putting them all across the countries. So it wasn't about putting them in Cali and in Texas. It was about putting them in like Iowa and like all of these pockets of the Midwest state. The lady had all of the receipts as far as the recordings of these busloads of immigrants coming in. She showed the paperwork of an authorization to give these people benefits, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. That's detrimental to us, because they take all the jobs, because they work for little or nothing. We can't even live off that.
But here's my thing: as an indigenous people, that is a part of it. Don't get me wrong; that is definitely a part of it. That's a small part, because you mean to tell me if I walk into a government office and need assistance, you gonna tell me to go fuck myself?
Yeah, pretty much.
Here's your little $100. Go and sit the fuck down somewhere if I give you that. But you let people that aren't indigenous to this land come over here and get hundreds of dollars in assistance. That's just in food stamps. I don't know the other benefits that they are getting. That's what I have a problem with. And that's no slant against Hispanic people or any other ethnicity, because the Spanish people aren't the only ones that's doing it. Let's be clear.
And they ain't the only ones coming across the border.
They're not the only ones. Although they don't want the Haitians over here. They can't stand the Haitians for whatever reason. The Haitians can't come over.
Hillary and them done too much dirt over there. They don't want nobody over here that can tell what they didn't do.
Yeah, they will stop them Haitians in a minute. Now, Cuba, as long as you make it on the land, you can stay. But Haiti, no, you got to take your ass back. So I'm talking across the board. Everyone receiving benefits on the indigenous people's land. The indigenous people are the only ones that are not benefiting. And that's why we say that the entire system has to go, because it was never set up for you. And patriots, Guess what? It wasn't set up for your motherfucking ass either. It was set up for the kings and his boys them. His boys them were to manage the estate of the king, and they would receive benefits, not you. Not you, patriots. Because if you do your research, as you should, of your genealogy, you should know when your folks hit the shores. And if you got to talk about make America great again and organic constitution, this and that, that proves my point that none of it was set up for you from the get-go.
Exactly. This is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing a lot of talk within the indigenous community.
Like it's kind of low.
Yeah, you low this week, Brother Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, there we go.
That all the events in the Bible, this, that, or the other, like Lee Cummings was saying, is all associated with America. They took those names, named other places, this, that, or the other. All of those kings and shit were allegedly here. It still doesn't change the fuckery.
Exactly.
It doesn't change the events that happen. If you still want to be a part of that blood lineage, you gotta pay for that shit.
Absolutely.
Period. You're not trying to break the curse. You're doing exactly what they want you to do.
Right.
To switch positions so that they can say, we gave you all your little shit back. Or try to.
Right.
People complaining about the immigrants coming to get jobs. They're trying to get other workers here in case you wake up and decide you really want to be landlord.
Exactly. That
and start
damn. Wait a
collecting
minute.
money.
Back up. Say that shit again.
They're bringing in other workers in case you decide that you don't want to work and actually be a damn landlord. But as they see, you still don't know how to be a landlord.
Mm-mm.
You don't know how to play the commerce game, but you still want to keep the commerce game around.
Exactly.
Every treaty, every contract has been broken.
Yeah.
So they're all null and void.
Right.
Period. It's over. They know it's over.
Yeah, they do know it's over.
When do we stop playing the game? When do we realize that it's over? All this fighting and jockeying to be equal in their system, instead of doing this fighting and jockeying to get rid of the system.
Exactly.
We're going to have to go to war in one way or the other. It's either you're going to have to hit out, trying not to get the vaccine or locked up, or we just going to go ahead and hit out for the grand prize, everything. Why are we going to keep going to war over little bits and pieces, fighting and arguing over little bits
exactly.
and pieces?
Exactly. Shut it all down.
Right, they're killing us. That hasn't stopped. They're still getting rid of our people, irregardless to what they call it. People ain't paying attention that there's basically no flu deaths. All the so-called flu deaths are gone, but the other thing has those exact numbers that ordinarily would have been attributed to the flu.
Right.
I mean, people are just falling for fuckery and fear all the way around the board when Mama is all the way in your corner right now, and all you got to do is be at her frequency and have made your peace with Mama, and you'll be all right. But you want to make your peace with them.
Yep.
Who don't belong here, who your mama don't want here. Your mama didn't have long-standing beef with these motherfuckers longer than we have.
Yeah.
And you siding with
450,000 years worth.
Right, and you siding with motherfuckers that are against your mama.
Yeah,
What the
it's
fuck is wrong with you?
disrespectful. Yeah, it's disrespectful. And you wonder why you suffer. Because it's not about the land. It's not about your children's legacy. It's about benefits from a system that never was designed for you in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So keep right on. Go on and stand in line and get them reparations. So don't be surprised when you own that boat. I don't know how much clearer they can make it for you all. From my understanding, the census, you had to be specific from where the fuck you came from. Mm-hmm. They made you spell that shit out specifically. You think they just doing that for the hell of it? So go ahead on. That's your business. Do you? You're getting what they have for you. So let me bring on Brother 832. All right, brother, you should be able to come in. Let me. Okay, there you go.
Brother! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
It's interesting. Now, you know when you start going renegade, rebel, autochthonous, you know I got to put a major log on the fire, right?
Yeah, go ahead on, do you, brother.
No, it's just show you divine intervention. I had just reviewed your flashback piece on ADRIP. I think that was maybe a week ago. I didn't bring it up last week, but it's interesting how it brought into your spirit, you know, the ancestors looking over ourselves. But Sandra, I don't know if you reviewed it. The part you played in, and if you have your Bible in front of you, or if you have quick access to it, could you please be so kind as to bring up Psalms 83 and what you intended and what you said in the original show?
Yeah, hold on. All the people that came against us, huh?
That's what you were saying. I rewinded that about 4 or 5 times, Rhonda, you know, and it made me start thinking, you know, sometimes you get angry in your reaction. First, you have these floods of different emotions. But the problem is not who is arrayed against you and lined up as enemies. Now, I don't remember if it was verse 17, 18, or 19, if you do get a chance to pull that up. But it talked about, and of course, these are all these, the Edomites, the Ishmaelites, you know what I mean, Rhonda? All these other references to
ites,
group
yeah,
categories and identifiable populations are seen differently in the context of what is the so-called Old Testament. However, when I think about these things, you know, people keep asking us to validate the ass whooping and the suffering and the you've seen the United States versus Billie Holiday.
Yeah, honey. And I was gonna wear my flower in my hair, and I got too busy to get my hair together to wear my flower. So I'll try to get it together next week in honor of Billie Holiday. But yes, I did see it. Go ahead.
Now, that one example about the. What's the, Sean, help me, Fear of a Black Planet? What was the, from Chuck D and Public Enemy? Was that, it takes a nation of millions?
Yeah, it takes
Was that the name of the cut from the track?
Mm-hmm. Takes a
nation of millions. And I believe another track off of that album, was it not Fear of a Black Planet?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
forgive me for rambling a bit because my spirit is full, Rhonda. I got a lot of thoughts just racing to my head at the same time. And while I'm hearing you all say what you say, which I'm obviously coming in with an amen corner, and saying right on with the right on, bro, Sean. I'm goddammit, I'm Nat Turner, Denmark Bessie. Let's go, motherfucking get dig John Brown's motherfucking ass up.
Right, and I got my church fan, y'all. I got it ready, goddamn.
Showtime did a piece called "Good Lord Bird" on John Brown, the fiery white man that said, "Kill all the whites." Okay. Now, when you said what you said earlier, and I'm gonna circle back to Psalm 83 when Sandra brings it up for the specific quotation. But when you said what you said about, were you calling on Rachel Dolezal, the Kardashians? Who were you calling on? Were you calling on these troglodytes? I believe that wasn't in the ancient African maps. So you showed where the troglodytes were created in the African caves.
I was wondering what Rachel Dozer had to do with this conversation, but okay.
She professes to be black, then.
Well, yeah, she does. She does.
She was the head of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Was she not?
Yeah, she was.
Well, her fake locks
in
her
claim
head.
to represent. I think they call it the BIPOC or the BIPOC, the Black Indigenous People of Color. That's the step away from ADOS, as you pointed out.
That had to be a psyops, but go ahead on, brother.
Well, no, I'm just asking. I mean, I don't know. I'm confused. Okay? So now, in the etymology of the word black, and Sean helped me, but I believe it's Old High German, it means pale or paleo. Does the etymology of the word black mean pale?
Go ahead. I'll bring it up while you go on and keep talking. It
sounds to me that Rachel Dolezal and the Armenian gang, Kim Kardashian, her mama, et al. I guess I can't include her mama because they came from Robert Kardashian.
Right. I call them Kardashians, but okay.
Yeah. Well, again, these are the people. When Eminem hit the scene, didn't they call them wiggers? White niggas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as you have said, a lot of what you said, Rhonda, like I said, this was kicking off into my head. I'm saying, okay, I've always been on the fence about what reparations means as an issue. For one, how the hell are you gonna repair what you fucked up? And you have the nerve to dictate to me what is restitution, because the more accurate term for most people to understand in litigation and in law, it is not reparations, it is restitution.
That is correct, sir.
Now, I'm sorry?
I said that is correct, sir.
Reparations are in response to war crimes. That's why they keep bringing up the J blank blank S, the Ashkenazis. Now, it's interesting they bring up the Ashkenazis, who said that they were Holocaust against by the Nazis. Now, is that shirts or skins? Which fucking clan are we talking about?
Right.
So when you're saying what you said, I mean, I'm 100% in your corner with what you were stating out of emotion, anger, upset, whatever, however that space it came from. It's because of the audacity of the perpetrator. That's like telling the rape victim, well, you're going to accept what I think is the remedy. And I'm not even talking about whether or not you get medical treatment.
Right.
I'm not talking about whether or not you should be able to get a hot iron poker. You remember them pokers? We still in wintertime. You know what poker is, right? In the fireplace and shit.
Yep.
And you stir up that wood, right?
I got one.
And that motherfucking tip of that poker gets hotter than a bitch, right?
Yep.
Do you think a rape victim would like to take that poker and find the anus of the rapist? Now, I mean, I don't know. Would you call that reparations? Would you call that restitution, or is it retribution? Or is it revenge?
Revenge.
Could be revenge.
Or is it vengeance?
Vengeance.
Well, but if it's God, Yahweh, Allah, Buddha,
ain't
Krishna,
that the eye for an eye?
Tooth for tooth, burning for burning.
Right.
Now, These patriots, and I'm using that term loosely with air quotes and shit.
Right.
Don't tell them motherfucker. You saw that 6'7" Negro Harry Dunn, who was the Capital City police officer, interviewed by Pierre Thomas. And
what he done said?
This fuckery they called Soul of a Nation this past week with Common and good brother Sterling K. Brown.
Oh no, I didn't watch that. Go on and update us.
This is that fallout shit from nigger history month. I'm sorry, African American history acknowledgement. Okay.
Right.
This brother, 6'7", in tears, packing a gun, in riot gear, was getting beat down on the Patriot insurrection invasion of January 6th. And these bastards, as he said, had the nerve, not only was swinging that, the Blue Lives Matter, which is the altered stars and bars, which most people don't understand, is a battle flag. The so-called flag that they claim to hold. And it's not a flag of this nation, because the United States is not a state. The 50 individual coalesced entities are the states. The union is a federal recognition of power sharing, but that does not represent a state. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have the designation of the United States of America, but that's not America.
Right.
No.
America is the landmass or Turtle Island. The United States is a corporate entity.
That's right.
Now, when these bastards came and descended on him, and one fool showed his badge as a member of law enforcement, says, "We're doing this for you, buddy," and in the same breath, they called him nigga dozens of times.
This was the Patriots calling him the N-word.
Girl, if you do get a chance to watch, it's called Soul of a Nation.
Child, they be pissing me off, brother. I don't be wanting to break my equipment because I be getting so upset with the bull.
Believe me, I understand. This is the so-called news broadcasting, with Pierre Thomas. And you're probably familiar with him.
Yep,
He's been there for years. Then all of a sudden, he could be himself in the moment. You know how these Negroes all of a sudden sit up and their back stiffen?
Right.
And shit. When they can't be pro-black on the regular tip,
right?
The clock 9 to 5.
Right.
Okay, so it's all intriguing. Yeah, it's all intriguing, when you watch this performance art, because that's what the fuck it is. It's fucking a performance art. Okay. But my question, really, what I had caught my after I ramble all this other shit, and we're gonna circle back to you if you got Psalm 83 ready, Sandra. Could you explain to me what is Connecticut and Delaware? Now, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Lenape people that I believe is more accurate. That's just like saying Choctaw versus Choctaw.
Right.
But Connecticut is infamous for the Hartford, which is one of the leading insurance entities, and is the capital of the state, if I'm not mistaken. Right? And Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., who was their senator for more than 36 years, the only thing that Delaware is famous for is corporate sanction and haven.
That's what I know
for all the corporates, including the United Snakes of America Incorporated.
Come on now, tell it. Ain't that where they go to incorporate?
So, okay. So now, just bear with me for a second. These empty-headed motherfuckers who are talking about reparations. Okay, can we use these two states as an example of what I'm saying? Connecticut and Delaware, both of which are our indigenous tribal names. Okay. So can we, what did you say about being the landlord, brother? Or something along that line? Can we clamp down on the insurance industry? Not an insurance company, not one motherfucker, the Hartford. Okay? The entire insurance industry and the corporate entity that's housed in Delaware. Can we think about that for a moment? Can we contemplate that for a moment? Now, as I segue that to my good sister, do you have that scripture available for us to chop it up a little bit here? What do you think? What do you think Psalms 83 is saying to us?
It says that a lot of people entered together in a contract to come over here and take us down.
That's what it says specifically, sis, or are you ad-libbing?
Well, there's a particular verse that talks about wiping out and eradicating the nation and the name of Israel. But is that 16, 17, or 18 verse?
That is about the fifth to, no, it's 83:5 to maybe 10. See, it says they have consulted together with one consent. They form a confederation against you. The tents of Edom, the Ishmaelites, Moab, and the Hagarites, Gilgal, Ammon, and Amalek, Phoenicia, with the inhabitants of Tyre, Assyria also has joined with them. They have helped the children of Lot, Selah. So if I would just translate one of the words, it's very important. This is an important one. I'm glad I found it. Gable is the Phoenicians. Who's the Phoenicians? Pesach.
Who created the so-called first alphabet?
Yeah.
Who were the so-called seafaring people?
I got
That
my
were the
fan.
Phoenicians. Were they not? Don't we have the word phonics in the English language, which means
Sure
to
do.
learn to speak?
But
Right?
that's Pesach.
So
That's
let's circle back to the beginning of the fifth verse. You said that they consulted
together.
and confederated.
Yeah.
Would you repeat that for me?
They consulted together with one consent. They
Baby.
formed a confederacy against you. Did you hear the word confederacy?
Now, could you explain to me, Rhonda? Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Could you or Sean, could y'all explain that to me? Because I'm confused as fuck.
You confused, brother. You confused.
I'm confused. Is that a consent?
Yeah.
Are they confederating?
Yep, just like
They said, give me your refuse. They said, give me your refuse. You're broke, humble, ignorant, illiterate, poverty-stricken. In other words, that's the dregs of all your societies. Is that
Exactly.
Is that etched in stone?
Exactly. Empty your motherfucking jails. All of that. Right.
Your tempest tossed. Now, I'm saying it's out of order, but someone else could probably either drop it in the chat and whatnot. The actual inscription at the base of the Statue of Liberty. So they put out a cattle call. You know how they do that in Hollywood, right? They put out a motherfucking cattle call for all of these legions. What did you say it was in the scripture again, my sister? Was it the millions, the nations, the multitude?
They wanted to stop us from being a nation and not be remembered anymore. So they joined in that
And not be remembered anymore. God damn it, is that not the definition of identity theft, Rhonda?
Yes, it is. Let me go on and give a clap on that. And then I pulled up the etymology, y'all, of confederacy. So let's pull up, let's do confederacy. Noun, late 14th century, contract. I'm on confederacy because a lot of people throw that motherfucking word around. A lot of people throw a confederacy, throw that word around, including some of you indigenous Indians also. Here's the etymology. Late 14th century, contract between two or more persons, states, etc., for mutual support or joint action. From Anglo-French, confederacy. We know who the French were. Those Huguenots. From stem of the Latin confederare or confederare, to unite by a league. From assimilated.
They got Moab in here. We know who that is, don't we?
Form of
That's supposed to be the Moors. The Moors all call themselves Moabites,
right,
don't they?
right.
Yeah.
Don't they? Now, who was the Iroquois Confederacy that the United States Congress honored in 1988?
Well, let's
as the
start with
benchmark for
is it
organic constitution?
right? But isn't Iroquois? I got my
And that's a
church
French
fan.
word.
Right? Is that not French?
Now, did not Queen Elizabeth acknowledge the treaty that was unbroken over 4 centuries in Canada with them, Sean? This is just recently, like within the last decade. You know, to get clarity on what we're all saying. Huh?
Okay, he's still on. Okay, I was just making sure he's still on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
To get clarity on what we're saying, because I know it sounds like I'm bouncing around, like, follow the bouncing ball, schoolhouse rock, We can't make it fucking simple enough. Evidently.
Right.
For simpletons. For absolute simpletons. To understand no matter what you do and no matter what you say, you are in league with, what did you say that was, Sandra, again? A confederacy and a conspiracy are 2 in the same, are they not, Rhonda?
Yes, it is.
A conspiracy is 2 or more parties committing to do what is considered an illegal or unlawful act. Now, that is a legal term. That is why they didn't file that shit against Trump. They fucked around with the word collusion. When they know damn well that's us right now having a conversation. And more than 2 people talking to each other, they're colluding. We're communicating. We're swapping ideas back and forth. That's collusion. But not conspiring. That's committing nefarious activity, right?
Yeah.
When have they not been committing nefarious activity?
Right.
In regards to us. Now, circling back to what she said scripturally, to make the nation erased from, I don't want to put it out of order, Sean. Say that again, Sandra, about what the intentions of the agenda of this confederacy is.
Let's see where, so that our name will not be remembered anymore. A nation that will not be remembered. Let me see where it is. Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be remembered no more.
Now, let's put a pin in the Israel thing, because we already know the identity theft that's being committed by the Ashkenazis. Okay? That's already documented and recorded.
Right.
People can lie all they want to and convince themselves. They even have a book called The 13th Tribe, where they say themselves they are not in the bloodline.
Right.
1. 2, the name is Israel, not the land.
Right.
The name Israel is for a group of people, a tribe, a bloodline. It is not a patch of dirt. Ultimately, the nation issue is what we're talking about here. And can you explain to me what other group, so-called identified population, has in any form, fashion, or shape been treated similarly as the ignorant nigger, Negro, colored, black, African American? And who has multiple name changes other than that population?
I don't know none.
Intent of the repeated name? But what is the intent of the repeated name changes if not to
hide
erase
identity? Exactly.
your true name? Is that not what you're saying, Sandra? What you said? Let us what? Cut off? What did you say again, Sandra? Because I don't want to be swearing against the holy book.
Cut them off from being a nation, that the name, I'll skip Israel, of Israel, or it may be remembered no more.
And again, I suggest put Israel aside.
Yeah.
Let's just deal with the facts of the matter. Are we cut off? Are we being prevented from being a nation? Has we, as a people, been put in contracts and confederacies and through conspiracies to be the property of these demonic people? And those are just simple yes or no questions. Now, the people in that group that are defensive, knee-jerk reaction, try to explain it away, associate themselves with their oppressors, that's what they call it, Stockholm Syndrome?
Yes,
Rhonda?
yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't fault a victim for having a victim mentality.
Right.
That is something that has been done to the individual. Now, explain to me why every goddamn February we're explaining why the fuck our ancestors were put in chains. That is a criminal act, right?
Right. Although my ancestors weren't in chains, but okay, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying whether or not yours were. I'm talking about what we're being fed as a narrative every so-called Black History Month.
Right.
Is that we were slaves when there is no such thing. You have a human being that is enslaved, or you have a person that is kidnapped,
right? Prisoners,
or you have a spirit being that is captured, all of which means a certain entity of human consciousness, because that's the point of your conversation going on in the series that we're dealing with now, that is attached to this planet we call Mother Earth, or in this case, our land that was called Turtle Island before it was colonized and invaded.
Right.
Now, every group of people that have come since the original colonizers have what? Conspired to form a confederacy to do what, my sister Sandra, again? To cut off a nation.
Right.
Now, I don't know, Rhonda, was that simple enough? Or, because again, I'm still confused.
I understand. I'm glad you had the sister bring up the Bible, because my locks are blown back that Confederacy is in that MF.
Wow, that's inky in them stuff.
Yeah, it is inky binky in them. It's inky binky in them for sure. And if you read the rest of the etymology of the word, it says that as also an aggression of persons, states, etc., united by a league, a confederation, at first reference to leagues of classical Greek states, and later of the Netherlands.
Now, okay, the Netherlands, which is Dutchland, which is Dutch, which is Amsterdam, which is Holland, which are the most heinous motherfuckers that went down to South Africa and created the Boers and Afrikaners. You mean that Netherlands motherfucker?
You mean the Dutch that first came here, where what was New York called? New Amsterdam.
It was first? The original company's name was Dutch East India.
Exactly. You mean them Dutch?
Okay. So yeah, all right. So now, when you are in a legion, and this is in the scripture too, that is the name of their so-called Luciferic devil satanic group. We are what does it say, Sandra? Because I'm not the biblical expert. We are legion.
Huh?
Who said that? Was that before he spit out the demons, supposedly Jesus, the Christ, expelled them into the fucking pigs, and the pigs ran off the cliff? I mean, I don't know. I may have the story wrong.
That's New Testament. I mean, Psalms is Old Testament. Yeah, legions. Legions was
okay. So the legion and the league, and the conspirators and the Confederates. Are we identifying the groups, Rhonda?
Yeah.
You know what?
Now these Confederate motherfuckers,
even if you go in Ephesians, the 2nd chapter, they tell you they're doing this. They tell you they came over here to do that. 2nd chapter Ephesians.
Lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody's doing it. That's Killer Mike, by the way. Dirty Money, Rhonda, if you still haven't watched that series on Netflix. Dirty Money. Because that is what money is. Dirty than a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
So, Legion, conspirators, and Confederates, okay? Did this bastard not march the Confederate flag into the rotunda on January 6, 2021? Did they not fly the flag, "Don't tread on me" with a rattlesnake? Now, you know why I keep saying the United Snakes of America. The original logo of the 13 colonies was a snake dissected in the infinity symbol with the logo "Join or Die."
Right.
Okay? Their command is always death. And who's the arbiter of death? The evil legion. Right? And these marauding hordes of people who used to be called lynch mobs, now we're supposed to call them patriots, insurrectionists,
I'm going to
and
sip water to the
sedition.
side on that. Keep on going.
Now, while we're listening to these people, which is our problem, is that we're listening to criminals,
Right.
evil conspirators. Because again, in the law, to be in a conspiracy is a nefarious act and a criminal intent.
Right.
And there's nothing other than the organic constitution that defines the extent, the breadth, and the depth of their criminal enterprise. And it was based on a fraudulent confederacy
Absolutely.
that they probably did the same thing. They stamped the name Iroquois on a turncoat group of tribal nations,
That's right.
5 or 6 to be exact, because there's only 5. I think Mohawk is one of them. Seneca is one of them. Pequot fought their ass. They tried to exterminate them like they tried to exterminate the Haitians and the Maroons down in Haiti. Okay? So when you fight against the evil transgression of the legion, of the conspirators, and of the Confederates, there's only one thing, right? Death penalty. You know, Sean, you hit it on the head every week when you say, that's not the issue for us. It's not whether blood will be spilled. It's when my blood stopped getting spilled.
Yes. And that's very powerful.
Hello?
Yes. Very powerful indeed.
Because that has become a running exercise of entertainment in this criminal enterprise. I'll part with this, my sister, because the basis of American capitalism was taking the American Negro or the African Negro, because I've asked you this before, whether these people understand and we come across them and you ask them a simple question, are you American Negro or are you an African Negro?
Right.
Okay? They tried to make property out of each. The American Negro said, hell no, you brought that African motherfucking cargo over here. That's between you and you European pale colonizers. Okay? But both of you are over here staking claim in my shit.
Absolutely.
On my doorstep.
Absolutely.
And you have the nerve to tell me, because you got a piece of paper, a Doctrine of Discovery, 1452. You telling me you have the nerve that you have some charters from some criminal motherfuckers across the Atlantic Ocean I don't know, never met.
Right.
And maybe they have, you know, what is it? All skin folk and kinfolk?
Huh, come on now, tell me. I got my fan. Come on now, tell it now. Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck if you're melanated. You're a criminal.
Show don't. So don't.
You then conspire. You call yourself a Moor.
Come on,
you get on a fucking ship. You navigate these motherfuckers, criminals, over here. Then you're going to tell me, because you look like me, can you parlay with these white demons? And I'm a hospitable kind of guy. You know, kind of like them folks. You remember the man that was shot and killed in his drawers eating ice cream in Dallas? You remember what their family did when this white bitch was on trial and getting less than 10 years for taking his 28 years? When they not only hugged and prayed with her, the judge stepped down and handed her a Bible. What about Dylan Roof, this criminal motherfucker that went into a house of worship and killed 9 worshipers in South Carolina? You know, and they forgave him before he got arrested and arraigned.
Right. And see,
those are all... I'm not condemning the people. I'm not condemning my people. I am revealing a character of a people. Okay?
Right.
Now, these Ashkenazis that have stolen the identity of the name of Israel have said, never forget. No? They don't say forever forget.
Turn the cheek. Right.
They don't. They don't. And who is being paid as we speak to this day? Reparation. And they're having the gall to tell us a one-time cut a check for $100,000. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. Although I'm not taking the reparations, they can get the fuck out of here.
You can't ransom my shit.
Exactly.
And give it back to me.
Exactly.
And tell me I'm supposed to be what with that? That's insulting to use the word satisfied. What the fuck I'm supposed to be satisfied with? First of all, I'm getting my shit back, and I'm getting it tainted from your motherfucking funky ass being on it.
Right.
Then I gotta clean up this shit. That's called, environmental pollution.
Exactly.
Then I gotta correct the shit because you done fucked up so bad that you done altered the fucking axis of the planet.
Exactly.
And remember that bullshit in some cartoons? Let bygones be bygones. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, well.
What the fuck is a bygone?
They can explain that to the plasma. Tell the motherfucking plasma that your asses are out of here.
If I have not been explicit and specific enough, as Sean says, as I say, you do not have to go home. I don't give a shit where your origin point is. The destination for the boat, the train, the plane, the automobile, because they made a movie out of that, Plane, Trains, and Automobile, get on that motherfucker and leave.
Right.
I don't give a shit where. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, now, brother 832, that's my dude. He came through. So just want to put a little bit extra on it, although he don't need me to, but just to remind the family, when they be playing the motherfucking psyops with folks getting shot down in the streets and folks turning around forgiving and they want to forgive right on the television, they over they little grieving, that ain't nothing but a psyops to keep melanated people in that Lord. Leave it to the Lord. I do the LRDT. Leave it to the Lord mentality. That's all the fuck that is. They are psyopses for that purpose and to, quote, keep the racial divide. So it's twofold. So ain't nobody believe in that motherfucking shit. I know Ray and them. They ain't believe in that shit. Ain't nobody buying that bullshit that you're gonna gun down their family, slay their family, and then I'm gonna be up in court hugging you talking about some forgiveness. We know that it's bullshit.
Before they're in the grave, good.
Yeah, before they in the motherfucking grave. Who y'all think y'all playing? Who you think you playing with? Don't be trying to run that Pisces age on me, bruh.
I remember the word Lord with a capital L. It's like a feudal, or a lord of the manor, like the duke or queen, over the serf. And that's what that word implies when it's a capital letter, I think. So the Lord that they're thinking as far as Jesus or Jesus, that is not what they're talking to.
The Lord, I say the Lord. But and then, now that we on Inky and Binky's motherfucking funk asses, isn't I forgot who was the Lord? Was it
Enlil?
Yeah, wasn't it Enlil's? Who held the title of Yahweh, Brother Sean? Was it Enlil's stinking ass? Oh, dang, he must be gone. Okay. Anyway, whoever held that Enlil, in that Yahweh title, and then the other one, Inky, held the other title. So that's who they're referring to when they're discussing that in that Bible.
Hello.
Yeah, you there, brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's Yahweh? Is that
Enlil?
Okay, Enlil's funky ass. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's the Lord.
But it's all they shit.
Yeah, it's all they shit. All they shit. That Bible is the blueprint for fucking colonization.
And those bloodlines that they're talking about are their
That's their people now.
They hybrid children. So why everybody keep trying to associate with that and make claim to that, that's giving power back to them.
Right.
That's not being who you are.
Right.
I mean, it's obvious our people are still confused about who they are.
Exactly.
Because you think that these other beings are actually your people.
Right. That's the sad part.
When they tell you that it was indigenous people here and that we already knew right from wrong, this, that, or the other. That they formed a confederacy to bring their fuckery down here.
Exactly.
And all these things that we've seen happen through every era with their higher system of patriarchy and hierarchy, children have always been abused. Women have always been abused.
Yep.
Period. And I ain't even gonna speak on what the brother's been doing during all this goddamn shit. We dropped the ball big time. And still dropping that motherfucker to this very day.
Right. Yep.
Karma. All this shit that's taking place on our land that we sit up and talk about. Okay, let's say all the land patent shit is real.
Mm-hmm.
You find out this land patent, all this land is yours. What about all the bloodshed that's took place on there?
Yes.
You didn't defend that land.
Mm.
You didn't keep Mama sacred. You didn't fulfill your obligation to her. You didn't fulfill the obligation to your bloodline.
Mm.
All this shit is still taking place on your land. And you still trying to figure out how to get some money up out these motherfuckers.
Right. Right.
And get recognized to
Come
get
on
some
with it now.
privileges.
Y'all done dried my lips out again. Go ahead on now.
Instead of cleansing your bloodline, breaking the bloodline curse.
That's right.
Stopping any of this low vibrational shit from happening.
That's right.
We have to get rid of all of it.
That's
They
right.
told you that this system is set up for all these very atrocities
Yep.
that we complain about. It is the system. It's a part of the system that you choose to hold on to. You
Yep.
can't pull bits and pieces out of this system because it's all intertwined.
That's
The
right.
entire system has to go, period. Because if your ancestors took part in this, that, or the other, they cut a deal with Inky and them, point blank, period. They cut a deal with Inky and them, period. They traitors. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Indeed. All right, let me give you your explosion. All right, Brother Scotty, you want to put something on it?
Peace and love, peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, beloved.
Okay, good. I was like, what is going on? I was like, couldn't hear nothing.
I saw you come back in a couple times and, ooh, child. We're glad you're able to finally in now.
Yeah, because a funny thing, they had power outages here in Los Angeles. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I was wondering what was going on because, I work from home and then like the Wi-Fi was going out. And then I was like, oh, is it just with the Wi-Fi company? Then I'm like, wait, no, like the lights aren't on. Like, what's going on? And then so like of course, no one's giving out any like official message. I have to go to social media. I go to Twitter and it's like trending. Oh yeah, power outage in Los Angeles. Exactly. And then, so this is the official story. There was a fire at the Department of Water and Power. And I'm like, you can't make this shit up. You telling me that was just a fire?
Every year with Cali, it's a motherfucking dramatization on the power outages. Every year.
And I'm like, come on now, y'all just doing so much extra. Like at this point, like, well, is it a real fire? Did y'all just do this? What y'all trying to do? Did y'all need to like suck up some energy real quick? Like what? Like, cause man, a fire at the Department of Water and Power. Come on. So yeah, that's where I'm coming from. So, yeah. So the power is out. So anyway, the one thing that's on my mind right now. It's maybe a little tangential, but I'm going to try to bring it back. So like, because the power is out, I was in all of these clubhouse rooms and stuff. So today I was actually in one with Monique, actually the actress, entertainer, icon from Baltimore, same as me and everything. And, you know, she's taking questions and they're really, you know, organized it really well so that we could actually see that, like, you know, she maintained her integrity through speaking truth to power. And a lot of times that power, or what can be conceived as power, was, you know, what 832 was talking about, you know, some of those skin folk who, you know, ain't our kinfolk. And I feel like that is such a huge topic in a lot of these rooms and these conversations, because it's a lot of focus on, you know, the white man or the religion or the Bible and this and that. And then, you know, our eyes are kind of diverted away from some of the people who right in our face and look just like us.
Yep.
That, you know, are a
keeping up the
drama.
Yep.
Keeping up the drama. They making confederacies with the oppressor, acting just like the oppressor, but looks like you. So it's very confusing. It was very emotional in there. We were really pouring into her and just like, you know, supporting her, because if you was there and just listened to some of the stories she was telling, how she's not only taking up for herself, you know, other people on sets when they're mistreating people, Black women, Black children, Black kids, Black men, you know, blatantly in our face, playing with our worth and our value and our history and denying all of that. And so it was really a great vibe. I was so emotional. I'm like crying, like in this, listening to this. Then they take questions from the audience, and this woman comes up and basically she just kind of tries to invalidate Monique's claims that, you know, Netflix lowballed her and she's worth more than that, you know, her pedigree, her resume, you know, they just basically was playing in her face, didn't give her no room to negotiate. And, you know, people who should have supported her, especially the big wigs, you know, that's Black people in Hollywood, these elite people, you know, we go back to these and these bloodlines, you know, they seem like they is on our side, on our team, but they really not. And
exactly.
It's very disheartening. So she comes up here and denies this, and then it was just like I'm like, you can't make this up. So I go to her profile, I'm looking at the bio, and she is, you know, of Nigerian descent in America, this and that. And I'm like, why does it always have to be a certain demographic who looks just like us, who is just always being the agitator, the infiltrator, and this controlled opposition? Like, okay, like we need to really like put these motherfuckers on blast, because it's not cool.
It's not cool.
We understand. I was talking to about us in another room about this, about, you know, the titles that we assume and all this type of stuff, and how like it's going to be hard to get away from Black, because we know in our minds we're not literally Black, but it's the symbolic culture that we've created around that word Black. And so it means something to us on a very empathic level. But that's the trick. Everybody that looks like us is not, they don't have the same history. They don't come from the same lineage. They don't have the same struggles, but for some reason they blend in with us and get the benefits of blending in with us and then still maintain the system. And
exactly. Exactly. And then gonna want to try to tell us how to conduct ourselves on our shit.
Exactly. Like, you have no place to speak
on this. You have no place. You have no place. And be lucky you over here.
They did get very disgruntled, and they do the same things as those ish people. They go to their little like trigger propaganda words. Oh, you're causing division. And what about the unity? Oh, you international Black people. So you're saying it's like, no, don't try to come with these trigonometry, fucking tactics, syntax, whatever you want to do, call it or say it. Like, you know what you're doing, and you know what we're saying and what we're about.
Exactly.
And you're making a concerted effort to be divisive, and we're done with this. People, they need to be put on blast, and that's what I need to say.
Yeah, very good, very good. Let me give you your hand clap. Yes, very good, Brother Scotty. All right, y'all. We have 78 or 81 people, depending on what screen I'm looking at, that's watching. Please get the likes up. We got 49 likes. So get the likes up or the dislikes, whatever the case may be, but get it up. We about halfway. So hit the button. It costs you nothing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
You know the reason they keep saying that we're being divisive? Because they want to be included.
Exactly.
In all of our shit.
And our shit. At our expense. I fucking dare you.
Yeah.
I fucking dare you.
Why they talking?
The audacity.
Why they talking all that shit? What gifts did they bring from their motherland to us? They ain't come here with nothing but open fucking hand.
Exactly.
Looking for handouts, looking to be equal, looking to have rights here when they ain't got rights at home.
Exactly.
And wasn't they included in that civil rights stuff? Didn't they get help by us doing that?
Who?
The Immigration Act. Them like Nigerians and Africans.
I don't think they did. No.
Or any minority. Anybody that comes here that's considered a minority.
Okay.
Gets those benefits. That's
what they're fighting for. That's what they're fighting to keep. But my motherfucking thing is, again, I fucking dare you how to tell me how to conduct myself and what the fuck I need to do on my shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the problem is. Y'all done got beside your motherfucking self and want to try to tell the indigenous people what the fuck they need to do on their land. And then here's the flip part about all of that. Is that those Africans, those same Africans, know that we're not from Africa. They fucking know it.
Mm-hmm.
They know that we're not from Africa and we're indigenous to this land. So I fucking dare you. Open your mouth and speak on indigenous people's business. Mind your motherfucking business. If you don't like it, take your ass back over where you came from and make your shit great again. You're out of pocket.
They got an outlet with Dr. Mumby, don't they? I mean, she's always talking about Africa, South Africa, all the great things that's happening there. Why they ain't fucking with her?
Right. I fucking dare you come over here and try to tell us how to conduct ourselves.
They be saying it with their chest too, like, damn.
Yeah, so now don't make me hurt your motherfucking feeling now. Don't make me hurt your feelings. I'm not one of the ignorant ones that think that I'm from Africa. I know that you know that I'm not from Africa. Because if I bring my yellow ass over to Africa, you gonna fucking tell me with a quickness, you are American. You will tell my ass in a hot second. You not one of us. You're from you are an American. They know that you're not African. So I fucking dare you. Stay in your place.
You know, I went to a party with a lot of Africans once, and I walked in at their house, and they said, what are you? They straight out said it. They were all speaking their little dialect, you know. And I said, I'm an Indian. And they said, what Indian? African? I said, no, American. And they just kind of like stood up straight, you know, like, oh, I see. But they recognize
they know. There's no ands, if, buts, or about it. People from Africa, they know that we're not from Africa. And that's not a slam to all Africans that's over here, because that's not to say all of them are like that. But I'm saying if the shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. Stay in your place. Now,
and
next.
Black European cousins.
Yeah, I'm getting on they motherfucking ass next. They stinking ass on the dockets. Then we gonna get to Inky and Binky, them motherfucking stinking asses. You Black Europeans. We see you, bitches. We see you. Stay in your place. You don't speak for indigenous people.
But they try to get you to think that you one of them.
I don't give a fuck what they try to think. You don't speak for us.
No.
So that reparation conversation, boo, you having it for your goddamn self. You're not speaking for the indigenous people to this land. Stay in your place. I fucking dare you. Tell me how to conduct myself on my land. And see, that's where people of melanated hue get it twisted. Because you want to put it on the white man. And I have told y'all for a few little years now that the white man is not a part of this conversation right now. Let's get to the root of the problem. Where folks have been allowed because of their skin hue to switch identities as well and set this system up. Melanated people set this system up. Just so happened the white man is now in charge of it. So don't play with me. You sell that shit to somebody that don't know. Europeans, keep the indigenous people's name out of your motherfucking mouth. You do not speak for us. So when you talking reparations, you're not talking to us. So I don't give a fuck what y'all get from the corporation. That's you and the corporation's business. Go make Europe great again. You can easily pack your shit up too, go back to Europe, and make that shit great again. Why is everybody over here fucking with us?
Land of milk and honey.
Get on!
Exactly, Miss Sandra.
But we permit.
Everybody trying to come here and just suck up everything and just suck and take and take.
It's an experiment
right,
that we're still permitting to happen. We're letting it happen.
That fourth right happening right over here.
I think Trump been talking to us. All the shit that these patriots are trying to do, that he think that they're talking to him. When he say he's waiting for the people to take it back, who's the true people of the land that actually have authority to take it back? They're the descendants of slaves. They're all immigrants.
Right.
Some of them illegal, while they sit up talking about the people coming from South America. How many of them are actually legal? Because they changed their names.
Exactly.
They stole identities.
Yes.
There's nothing legal about that.
No.
Period. If they're claiming to be a blood lineage that they're not, then they're illegal. They're
Right.
imposters.
Right.
Nothing
Fraud.
about them
It's fraudulent.
or their system is natural or lawful.
Exactly.
Period. We shouldn't be playing this game at all.
Exactly.
This shit has to go. That means the future that they talking about, Nasera, Jacera, any of that bullshit is at our expense.
Exactly.
Period. All of this is being funded, so to speak,
Exactly.
from here, not no place else. All of this is being funded from North America.
Yep.
That's why the Galactic Federation and all of them motherfuckers is right here. They're all a part of Congress and this, that, and the other. That's their children.
Yep.
You have fucking hybrid aliens telling you what the fuck to do.
Right.
And you're doing it.
Exactly.
And it ain't a goddamn thing they can do if you refuse.
Exactly.
You just seem to think that it's something they can do.
Right.
If everybody just decided that they was gonna stop, we ain't doing shit. What they gonna do? Who they gonna get to go do it?
Right.
It's usually one of you dumb motherfuckers that want to stick your chest out and go be Superman for the corporation and go lock up your own people.
Right.
Playing secret agent man and shit.
Right.
Fighting in their military. It ain't like you learning their secrets and coming back and teaching it to your people.
Exactly. Like you the spook that sat by the door.
Everybody else, they come over here and they learn everything and take that shit back to their country.
Sure do.
And then tell all the rest of their people how to come over here and exploit these dumb motherfuckers because they don't know who they are. They got all of this shit. They got enough shit to take care of the entire fucking world forever. And they sitting up acting like they poor.
Right.
Crying and complaining about shit. And not only is the whole world, but the whole fucking universe is looking at these people and wanting to be around these people for over 450,000 years. And you don't think it's something special about us?
Exactly.
That motherfuckers will spend over 450,000 years trying to control you and your shit?
That's a long quote time. Yep.
And considering every other motherfucker is against us for our shit, that don't give you the courage and motivation to want to fight for your shit, considering everybody and everything else wants it?
Right.
Everything physical and non-physical. Everything wants to be here. Everything wants to be you. Everything wants to get in you.
Mm.
I digress.
Indeed, Brother Sean. Before I forget, y'all go check out Sister Bethy's channel. So it's Sister Bethy, Bethy. I have links on my YouTube site to some of her videos as well as my Facebook and Instagram page. Go check her out. She has some powerful information on indigenous folks. So please make sure that you check out Sister Bethy. Okay, so we're going to get into Inky and Binky's them ass. But real quick, Brother Christopher said, I lived in Africa 10 years. Trust me, we ain't them. and I asked, and did they say you were them? Africans told me we are aboriginal to America. Every African that we talk to say that. So, all right, family, we're going to get into
Even President Johnson said it.
the material. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Did I? Oh, gotta let that go first. Sorry. All right, let me get to what I'm looking for. Bring this material up. All right, come on. Hold on a second, family. Let's see if it brings it up. This path to Orion. There it is. All right. It should be showing up in just a second. There we go, YouTube. Okay. So this is the book. You can go to Amazon and order her book. Okay. So mine is en route. I highly encourage you to order her book. I believe in supporting the artists in their work. All right. So this is Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. All right. She put this out this year. She released it this year. All right. So fair use. All right. So we're just going to scroll through because she talks about all of the kind of the galactic beings and how they were warring. And she was saying that the Annunaki and them was fighting and destroying beings from the 10th and the 11th dimension. All right. So she also talked about the precession of the equinox and how the Nibiru, which is their particular quote, quote, ship, follows that cycle. So it swings back around one complete year, our universe year. And one complete universe year is 25,000 and some change Earth years. All right. So she talks about all of the Anunnaki, what their particular commandments, per se, if you want to say that. Okay. So, and then she gets into who the Galactic Council was and, you know, different stuff as well. And let me see. I know where I put my page where we left off. We left off on 29. Okay. We're going to go. Okay. She even got into last week. We got into gender and just how the whole concept of binary and which is the yin and yang, and binary meaning the 1 and the 0 or the black and white, the as above, so below. That is an Anunnaki concept. So prior to 450,000 years ago, because she said they came 450,000 years ago, and when they came here, however, they encountered indigenous peoples who recognized and acknowledged more than two genders, especially islands, tribes, and in North America. All right. So in a couple of paragraphs above, she stated that when the Anunnaki landed here, the indigenous people of North America were already here. Okay. So she was saying that the indigenous people, their concept of gender was totally different. Totally, totally different. It was more harmonic, not yin and yang, black and white, 1 and 0.
Spectrum.
Right, a spectrum. Absolutely. Okay, so let me see. Oh, then this was interesting because we talked about that funk ass cuneiform. When I told y'all some years ago, when we were breaking down the creation story myth, we literally spent a year on that. And that year was a hell of a ride because what we did, we took different ancient texts and we reviewed snippets of all of them. And as we were doing that, shit started clicking for me. I started remembering. And one of the things that caught my eye was this cuneiform. I said, wait a minute, hold up. These stinking motherfuckers brought cuneiform, which all of today's languages translate from. But I know that words are frequency and words are angles of light. So I did a little research and I found out that the indigenous folks had their own language. So it started to click to me. Of course, they would have to change the language because it was a frequency thing. Okay? So that means all of your languages, your Hebrew, your Sumerian, all of that shit stem from cuneiform. That is Inky Binkies and them shit.
And it's all about restriction, like restrict everything to a binary, restrict the language
Absolutely.
to this. It's like control and restriction.
Absolutely.
Oppression.
Absolutely. Only create within this set of sigils. Because if you look at those languages, those cuneiforms, and you look at even the alphabet, just look at it. It's just different angles, which are really sigils. So we're going to give you this language and you're going to talk and speak within these particular angles and create these sigils to keep a certain vibration. That is why the indigenous folk, we tell y'all on this particular platform, what the fuck are you doing following someone else's paperwork and contract? Do you not enter and understand what you're doing? That's somebody else's sigil. That's somebody else's spell. All right? So she was saying in here that the Sumerian cuneiform records go back nearly 500,000 years. However, academia only recently has begun translating and informing us of all of our early human history because academia chose to follow the Darwinian evolution path to history, blotting out everything until 6,000 years ago. The 6,000-year-old Bible that comes down to us from the 4th century church fathers who established the present canon tells a tiny fragment of our world's true story. A summary crafted to bind people ideologically. All right. So we're going to get down to where we left off on page, we left off on 29, y'all. Okay. Oh shit, I say we left off, but then we getting there, y'all, because she laid this MF out. All right, I was waiting for it to get big for y'all on YouTube. This particular graph, this is very, very powerful. She's showing you the different hertzes, frequency, hertz, frequency, and where the equivalent of the years. So you see, before 1918, it was stagnant. All right. So I'm assuming that it had to be some type of reset in between this 1918 period to somewhere. Had to be some type of reset to have the frequency stagnant. But as you can see, as the years are going by, what's happening to the frequency? It's getting higher. You see 2020? See why 2020 was so powerful from a spiritual perspective? Do you see why in 2020 the psyopsis had to be ramped the fuck up? Because you had left, or we had left, out of the Pisces age, the galactic Pisces era, and you were stepping into the Aquarius era, which is higher frequency, higher vibration. Right? Look where she's saying we're at today. And remember, I kept telling y'all, we're not on Windows 95 anymore. I fucking told y'all that. That's right here. About right in between here. I even told y'all we're not even on Windows 10. We're beyond that. All right. So she did a very, very, very good job with that. All right. So we're going to go down to 29. 28. Okay, child. Oh, let's go. All right, so we just gonna go to this one little part. I'm telling you, y'all, get this book. This lady, thank you, the author of this book. Thank you. You did a wonderful, wonderful job. Let me just go over this because we keep telling y'all about these titles that folks love to use. Want to give yourself a title. And I told y'all for the last couple years, you better leave that shit alone, because in those titles, you're carrying it on certain type of energy associated with them titles. We done already told y'all who Yahweh is, who is in Leo, who don't have no power. He has submitted his paperwork and it got denied. So, God is a title and not a proper name. So when it is said, we shall make man in our image, according to our likeness, it speaks in plural, as if to Annunaki, who take responsibility for hybridizing Neanderthal with their own semen. Indeed, the record says fallen angels out of their place impregnated many races. Genesis chapter 6. And Anunnaki principles crossbred with indigenous, but white Neanderthal women 208,000 years ago. Sumerian tablet history. To produce hybrids who would mine gold in South Africa until the flood came. Now I'm finna sip this motherfucking water to the side and get a side eye.
Mm-hmm.
I read that last week, but I just wanted to reiterate it.
Mm-hmm.
So, would this not make sense? When I showed that ancient map of Africa, and we saw them white people on that map.
Mm-hmm. That's in South Africa. They ain't talking about North America.
I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Indeed.
Weren't those the one on the graph?
But not all of them. On some of the maps, there were kings, white kings in Africa.
The Cyclops.
Yeah, it was a lot of genetic slicing and shit going on over there.
All that stuff in Greek mythology. That's all I can think about when I'm like reading that stuff in school. I'm like, all them beasts and stuff. That was like, yeah, they was over there. That's what y'all are.
Yeah, because they were genetic experimenting. That's what that was about.
Mm-hmm. But you see how they romanticize it and then put it in our fiction and our mythology and our education.
Right. But they were genetic slicing for sure. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what they've been doing the whole time.
Exactly.
I mean, you talk about Yakub, the big head scientist.
Yep.
This is just all part of that bullshit. Those experiments took place over there.
Over there.
She's clearly pointing that out.
Absolutely.
So, if the experiments and everything took place over there, according to Inky and them, how niggas gonna all of a sudden try and make those biblical events here when the motherfuckers who done this shit telling you where they did it at?
Exactly.
They specifically made a difference, specified about the people in North America.
Exactly.
And now they talking about all these Neanderthals and all this shit over in quote unquote Africa.
Right.
We ain't saying that. They said that.
Exactly. And remember the gentleman from South Africa, was his name Mutwa, that talked about his experience with the Annunaki being?
Freedom Mutual.
He said he was a part of Annunaki. He said he was part of
he said it. All right. So the thing that, again, they said, who mind go in South Africa until the flood came. Another reset. Sound like another reset to me. The angelic hybrids were too physically large to be supported in human society here, known as Nephilim. They also crossbred with simians and bred Bigfoot, also a telepathic, nonverbal hominid.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, Bigfoot. So, all right. So let's go into the human covenant of Yahweh. And Sean, how you say it in the pronunciation?
Yahweh.
Yeah, Yahweh. Yeah. Yeah. But as I say, in Leo's motherfucking stinking ass. So, under Anunnaki conquest, Genesis 1:26. All right, I got my fan ready, y'all. And that's a shame. Do y'all know I couldn't even buy one of these? I had to buy a whole box.
Wow.
I couldn't even buy one. So I had to get it in gold because I wasn't going to get it in those churchy church colors. And y'all, they had some of MLK and all of that bullshit.
Of course. They got to sell it.
So I had to get gold. All right. So Genesis 1:26. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So, it's Brother Sean say, If they got here 450,000 years ago, and they said that they created 208K while they were here. So I guess half the time they was here, a little bit over half the time. And there is an admission that in North America, now North America minding they motherfucking business, there was already indigenous people on the land. Who the fuck gives them permission to have dominion over the fish, the sea? And I was just having this conversation in Sis Bethy's chat about King Charles' funky stinking ass and his charters saying that he owns not only the land, but he owns the sea and he owns the fish up in the motherfucking sea. Mm-hmm. How it's in the charters. You see, do y'all fucking see the similarities? Now, it was already people here in North America. So you gonna come and say you have dominion over the fish, the sea, the birds, the cattle, all over the earth. Mm-hmm. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, motherfucker, you're not indigenous to the earth. Covenant. Genesis. Covenant 1. Genesis 2:15. And the Lord, I say Lord. Some country. It's Lord.
And don't that come from like landlord? Like
yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And you know, we're here to point the fuckery out to people.
The leader of the land, owner of the land.
And the Lord, God, took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. Oh, okay. Now remember, this Inky Binkies them people. Because there was already folk here indigenous to the land before Inky Binky got here. So the Garden of Eden, indigenous people, that ain't got shit to do with you either.
So that's what I'm saying too, even down to that, like the fact that we got to pay rent to buy the land that we're living on and don't even own it and pay these rules that come, like, that's what, like, everything you question, like, where does that come from?
But
where did we get this idea?
This is breaking it down. That's why when we say all of it has to go, we know what the fuck we're talking about.
Because you got your warlord.
Yeah.
You got your lords. All types
of all them that surfs over in Russia and stuff.
Yeah.
That's all part of this system.
Exactly. And it's coming from Inky Binky now. Covenant 2. Genesis 9:15.
I was looking at those two verses, the two chapters, first one and the second one. And I've already looked at this years ago, and I think, my opinion is that he created two sets of people. Because the first set, he just said man and woman. And then when he gets to chapter 2, he's done. And then he takes this other creature out of the dirt and forms him and calls him Adam. And then he creates Eve out of his rib. So the first creation in their own image, which I believe is that Lilith or the snake people.
Or was it the Nephilim?
Well, it's the snake people or the Nephilim.
Right.
See, yeah.
Right.
So it's like the people who's over Congress. And they believe they have the dominion over the earth because they are these people here in that first chapter.
Right. Right. And but the beauty about all of this, like we've been telling they motherfucking stinking asses, I don't give a fuck If Inky Num is your daddy, you ain't from here. Your daddy said you ain't from here.
That's true.
Your daddy is not from here.
But you know, a lot of them shift shape into the reptiles and stuff. You know, they've been caught on camera doing just that. And they, you know, it's been said that Inky are the reptiles.
Right. Don't Inky represent the fish, I think, or the lizard, one of them.
He's the fish.
Yeah.
Because he had that suit on so he can swim when he got out of his ship.
Yeah.
I mean, all that shape-shifting stuff, that's...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
that little hat that looked like the Pope hat.
Right. Right. That's the fish. Yep.
Mm. All that shit is, we know they do that. We know exactly who they are. The point is, what are we going to do about it now?
Exactly. All right. So let's go to Covenant 2. Genesis 9:15. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Okay, so
who was he talking to?
Exactly, because he sure wasn't talking to the indigenous North American people.
Sound like that's that new treaty.
Exactly. That's him and his baby kids. Covenant 3. Genesis 17:10 through 16.
I think that's the other one is when Cain came on the scene, which are the people, they, like the Queen and stuff, they are the seed of Cain. They believe they're the seed of Cain. And that's the covenant he made between the people they created in chapter. So, because they're the Canaanites, or the Lex Will did a series on it, and he pointed out like the Saudis are Cain.
Right, but didn't Noah's bloodline survive the flood? Unless I'm forgetting something.
Well, the two did. Cain survived and Noah survived.
Exactly. So wouldn't he not be talking about the covenant between Noah's people and Canaanite, whoever survived that fucking flood? That's who he talking about, right?
Isaiah says that the creation was hijacked by Yahweh, and he doesn't know Yah. So that's what happened in the first Genesis, is that Yahweh did that creation with his own folks looking like snakes and so what Inky did. And then the other creation of man, which is the difference between a humanoid and a hybrid, which is a humanoid. So a part human and part something else is the one that Inky threw out there.
Right.
So, yeah, that's the one. So when Trudeau was talking, they said, we're man. And the girl asked the question, man. And he said, human. He wouldn't answer her question until she made the comment that she was a human.
Right. So with both of those, were they here 450,000 years?
No, not if Inky had anything to do with it.
No, that's not what I asked you. I did not bring Inky in that conversation. Were any of the beings that you, or creations that you just named, were they here 450,000 years ago?
Well, they were here, some of them.
Who? Please name. Please name specifically who was here 450,000 years ago.
Indigenous people were here.
Who?
Indigenous people were here.
Okay, so where are they in any of this creation story?
Nowhere.
Okay. There we go. Covenant 3, Genesis 7, chapter 17, 10 through 16. You and thy seed after thee, every man child among you shall be circumcised. As for the Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her and give thee a son also of her. She shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Abraham also had to keep records of his progeny while he wandered over the land. So in other words, this author is saying literacy. Okay, so now let's just refresh people's memory. This is the Annunnaki's conquest. But when they got here, 450,000 years ago, there were already indigenous people in North America. So the indigenous people of North America's story has nothing to do with human covenants of Yahweh. So let's be clear. Ain't Abraham up in that covenant? Sarah and them up in that covenant?
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah. Which Sarah sounds better, to be honest. It's pretty.
The Bible teaches that Abraham did not have a mixture of that Yahweh people.
Well, again, human covenants of Yahweh.
They still cut a deal, regardless if they had a bloodline or not.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, Mike is low.
I say, regardless the bloodline, they end on the fuckery. If you remember the Anu Treaty, it included beings from all over the universe.
Exactly.
So it's all type of bloodlines.
Exactly.
And Inky and them is talking about their specific bloodline.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's all. I mean, it's right there. It's what they said. It's their doctrine.
Right.
And we're still following it to this very day.
Right.
Especially our so-called commit people.
Exactly.
They're the main ones.
Exactly.
Because that's where they had their greatest empire at.
Exactly.
They didn't take us down until recently.
Exactly.
So all that other shit was at everybody else's expense. They may have got some footing over here, but there was always a resistance. Period. We had to start selling each other out, cutting deals after all these years of war. I guess motherfuckers got tired or whatever. But everything that you're going to talk about as far as for writing or laws, commerce, that's all their shit.
Yep.
Period. They got control of everything down here, regardless to who was in the treaty with them. Everybody agreed that they was going to be the top shit.
Right.
Until he had to retire.
Yep.
Personally, I think the motherfucker that retired.
Yeah.
That's why they trying to renew this shit.
Trying to scramble and renew. Because they definitely scarred. They definitely scarred for sure, for sure.
And that's why they do these things. They know the cycles in which we are coming into our full power.
Exactly.
And regardless to what they have done, when this magnetic shift happens, it undoes everything that they've done, unless you're still sitting up accepting the program.
Exactly.
And that's all they're doing, is getting you to accept the program, getting you to still believe that they are the authority, that they have the power.
Exactly.
But they don't have shit until you give it to them again. They already lost everything. That's why they're scrambling, doing all this bullshit they can to keep you in fear so that you give it back.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, when I was in church years ago, they said that America was not in the Bible. And they were wondering why.
It makes
And
sense. It makes sense to me.
I know it.
And that's why people got a pure motherfucking attitude with me when I said that story had nothing to do with us over in the Americas. When we did that series on creation story myth, all of it clicked for me. I'm like, wait a minute, that Hebrew, all of that shit don't have anything to do with North America.
And they don't refer to us as human. I mean, I don't care whether it's the Galactic Federation.
They don't.
It's brought here.
They
They
don't.
say indigenous people.
They don't. They were
indigenous
clear.
beings.
They were clear.
But the indigenous people were what?
Or beings. They never say indigenous humans.
Nope.
Ever.
Nope.
Beings, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, being. It's a verb, you know, not just a noun. Like it's doing something. It's an action. It's alive.
Yeah. Aren't you alive? Aren't you in a state of being? It's just a matter of what frequency you're being at.
right.
Exactly. It's all in the word of it. It's like, it's clear delineations if you really pay attention.
And they say human covenants. So it's a
But
Yeah,
I'm not
that's-
human.
no, we're
That's
not.
what their people.
Right. That's Inky Binky them people.
Yeah.
That's they baby's kids. All right, so covenant for law. Exodus 19:8. And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord had spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. So that's Moses up in there with their covenant and their laws. Again, this has nothing to do with the indigenous of North America. Covenant 5, dysphoria, James 1:1. James, a servant of God and the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. So sounds like when they were starting with colonizing, fucking with people.
Mm-hmm.
6, kingdom, Matthew 24:14. And this good news of the kingdom shall be spread to all the nations, and then the end shall come.
We're at the end.
7, God's Sabbath, Hebrew 4:9. There remains therefore a rest for the people. Verse 9. We have yet to achieve God's rest. Now, I don't know if that's the author putting that up in there or if that's up in that verse. Human history from Sumerian records going all the way back relate the gifts and skill and resources with which Annunaki principles endowed their charges. From 1110 11 through 10th, 500 BC, the gods revived summer after the flood, taught humans bronze and brick technologies, built a new spaceport in Sinai, and renewed Earth's crops and beasts. Suddenly and without gradual perpetuation, the gods made humans into farmers. So agriculture spread all over the world from the Near East mountains and the highlands. The gods gave wheat and barley, then millet, rye, spelt, flax for fibers and edible oil. Onions, lentils, beans, cucumbers, cabbage, lettuce, apples, apricots, cherry, pears, olives, figs, almonds, pistachio, walnuts. They taught weaving fiber into cloth, making flour, bread, porridge, cake, pastry, biscuits, yogurt, butter, cream, cheese, beer, and wine. Settled communities grew, and the gods gave domesticated dogs, geese, ducks, sheep, goats, pig, horned and hornless cattle for hides, meat, milk, and wool. Oh, isn't that old girl that was the scientist? Ninurta. Ninurta introduced plows. First humans pulled them, then cattle. Yeah, I think this is the sister who was the scientist. I could be mixing her up. With Enki's new grains, they boasted food growing. So she's given the source for that. It is out of Lessons, Anunnaki Gods, No More, out of 2011. The first of the Anunnaki hybrid was named, what's that name?
Adamu.
Adamu. With successors begot by Neanderthal women. Now, Brother Scotty, you brought up last week melanated Neanderthals.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is why women today have no trace of the male XY chromosome that males have. And as they began spreading out and growing in numbers and the need for labor increased. Wait a minute. Hey, Adam. So are they saying that introduced the male?
Mm-hmm.
Baby. See, this would be making me want to fire one up, y'all.
And did you notice that Adam and Adamu?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I had Brother Sean say, what's that name? And a lot of y'all got upset with me. A lot of my brothers that rock with me and they know my heart. When I put out about that podcast, when I talked about the disappearing XY chromosome based on science. All right. Okay, and as they began spreading out and growing in numbers and the need for labor increased, Anunnaki went into the mountains or neighboring village and caught slaves. All ancient cultures in the world practiced slavery. Nothing has changed except the treachery of the slavers seeking gold and slaves whose human traffickers operated under laws of commerce. Okay, but let's just point out who was the first enslavers on the planet. In Sumerian records, Enlil of the Anunnaki monarchy served as prophet Yahweh by conveying a set of common laws of the land that are still in use today in the West. Okay, so patriots, when I tell y'all to get the fuck on out of my face with that common law shit, I know what I'm talking about and I mean what I say. It's not natural. And anybody else for that matter. It's not just them either. A summary of that law covenant is found. Okay, she's given a source. Yahweh, Psalms 83:18 is the name of the Hugh one, baby. This is why I love not to read ahead because I like to be surprised when y'all are surprised. Baby, let me tell you something. Yahweh, Psalms 83:18 is the name of Hugh-1 Sirius B engineer who restored what had been Tiamat to life service after its near complete destruction only 78,000 years ago when it collided with Nibiru's regular approach, exploded and broke in pieces. Right? Now that's interesting I wonder what's in Psalms 83:18. Sis, you still got your Bible? If you can look that up and let me know when you're ready. Because I'm interested to know that they put that up in there. Because we knew about Nibiru colliding with Mama Earth. It was actually a fight. It was a galactic war. If you go to the Terra papers, it was a galactic war. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You said 83:18?
Uh-huh.
It doesn't say much. That they may know that you, whose name alone is the Lord, are the most high over all the earth. That's all it says.
Mm.
They say it's the.
I have my Bible here too. And so this version, you saying 83:17 or 18?
It says 18, but if 17 puts some content on it, read that one too.
Okay, I'm gonna just read it. It says, "Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Jehovah, art the most high over all the earth."
That's all it says.
So they saying that Jehovah is an engineer from Sirius B.
That makes sense. Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Serious.
You know, this if anybody watched Stargate SG-1, this just reminded me of the like one of the enemies called the Goa'uld, and they just like they sound just like this. They just go from planet to planet, just doing these same things.
Yep.
Well, you know, in 83 is when we were talking about they came over here.
Oh, you mean verse Psalms 83?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, according to this lady, but yeah, I agree with you, sis. It has to be, right?
Yeah.
It has to. Well, no, not necessarily, because it was saying 78,000 years ago is when the collision happened.
This is the same verse that Brother 832 was talking about.
Yeah,
this is the same one we was reading through.
Damn, Brother 832. Hell to the no.
When they came over here.
All right, let me undo you. Baby, see how we be connecting up? Damn. I'm trying to unmute you.
They collided with our people and did all them things.
All right, Brother 832, let me try it again. I don't know if you still have your hand up. All right, you should be able to come in when you want to. See, that was no accident that he came up here and asked her to read 83:18.
Exactly.
That shit was no.
Put his hand down.
Huh?
I think he never put his hand down. It's been up.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he probably doing some other things. Okay, no worries. So, damn, y'all. So this was really about how they ganged up on Mama Earth during that galactic war.
They came on down and came on us.
Damn. In that collision, the greatest 2/3 of its toroidal energy compartments was left standing, half submerged in water and ice in the abyss, directly under Sirius. This is why history records both a spherical Earth and a flattened one. Whoa.
Tiamat is Earth right there. Part of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, that at her original size.
Yep.
As it is written in Genesis 1, when Yahweh got here, the earth was without form and void, and it was completely dark. And step by step, cosmic, day by day, he revived the broken world upon its toroid circulating heat and water circulating system. Damn. So really what she's saying is when they talk about let there be light, woo, 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 they were really just repairing from a war.
You know, that kind of stuff is not even real. original to the Bible, let there be light, that was written by another dude that added that in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Text phrase.
And is that word toroid, is that talking about like the torus field that we were talking about?
Yeah, that's what it says. The toroid, circulating heat.
Wait, we're not up. You have to scroll up on mine a little bit because you.
Oh, y'all should be there.
I'm not there.
I'm trying to. Damn, that's a big delay, y'all.
I'm at abdominal on mine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. It has the first covenant of Adam.
No. The first of Rocky hybrids.
Sis, I'm looking at it. I just highlighted it. Give it a second. The first covenant of Adam. Okay. Here's where I'm at. He revived the broken world upon its toroid, circulating heat and water circulating system. So yes, Brother Scotty, that's what it means to me. Now, if somebody want to look up what the etymology of this word means, that's cool too.
Yeah, oh shit. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up right now, and I'm just remembering, didn't that word torus field come up in the Alphabet Boys paper that we was reading?
Yeah, because remember the Taurus, because we call it the Taurus.
Oh yeah, it's that shape that happens.
Exactly.
It's that shape that happens with the energy, the electromagnetic field.
That's the energetic field. Exactly. That's Mama Earth's energy field. Yeah. Because remember, I said you have an individual Taurus, and Mother Earth has her own individual Taurus, and her chakra colors are displayed via they call it the Schumann resonance, which is her frequency, but the northern lights, that's giving off the energy frequency of her Taurus field.
Yeah, just for a mental image, it looked like a donut. If you like a picture the Earth as a donut, the energy is just ringing around like that.
Exactly.
Check out.
Exactly.
Yeah. This finally came up. Finally.
Okay, so yeah, you have a delay on your end because I can on my other computer, I can always see where we're at. So you got a delay on your end.
Is it calendar? That's on my computer.
Because I'm right here. And I just highlighted, and I could tell you exactly when y'all can see it on YouTube. You see where I highlighted on YouTube. Right there.
Hasn't highlighted yet.
Okay, yeah, that delay is on your end because I'm looking at what people are seeing on live. So that's a delay on your end.
I see the verse, but it's not highlighted.
Yeah, that's a delay on your end. Okay, so there's no such thing as a world that assembles itself naturally. If you think there is such a world, describe to me how your car, which is much simpler than a world, came into existence. Yes, aggregations of matter and rock do exist at the universe ley lines, but those do not constitute any survivable ecosystem.
You know, I was listening to Laura Brown, and she said, she talked about Tiamat colliding with Nibiru and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that most of the hybrids or the people that are part of the Nibiru system are the islanders. And they have that old negative bloodline.
Or the who? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What you said?
The islanders. You know, the Caribbean.
Islanders.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, those people, they see, and a lot of them was on her chat, and they were talking about they were part of the Bavarians. I mean, Inkinim. Mm-hmm. And they had the old negative bloodline.
It very well could be so.
Yeah, so a lot of the islands, but then again, some of the islanders was taken from here to the islands when they did that Indian
Yeah,
uh,
when it was going back and forth. Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That's kind of weird. But she had a lot of islanders on there talking about they were part of Inky's bloodline, Niberian.
If it was a melanated planet,
What you say?
you know, if it's a melanated planet, before there's any pale skins, then they hybrids had to have been melanated.
Right.
Yeah.
The hybrids had to be melanated. Absolutely.
Oh, that's true.
Absolutely. And so folks want to talk about white folks like a motherfucking dog. Talking about some native hybrids. I'm side-eyeing.
Yeah, that's true, because she's...
Right? It's a real Freaky Friday kind of sci-fi movie going on. You like, hold on. The hybrid looking like me, but I ain't a damn hybrid.
Exactly.
She said Latin Americans are some hybrids too, so over there.
They everywhere now.
Exactly.
I mean,
They are everywhere now.
Yeah.
everybody's here, so I'm not surprised about nothing or nobody being here. Everybody obviously wants to be here.
Exactly.
Whether you talking about Bigfoot, the Loch Ness monster, I think everybody trying to get the fuck over here.
Right. Bigfoot even chilling up in the woods and shit. Right.
But I'm tripping on what she's saying.
Yeah, I was trying to get back to that too. Cause now is she basically saying that so Tiamat was minding her business.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, yeah, I was trying to find something. I used my bail. She minding her business. Do. Now, the author says that she accidentally got hit. Motherfucker, you ain't accidentally hit me.
She didn't get out the way, remember?
You hit me on purpose, goddamn.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So I was chilling, minding my business. I was probably fighting your ass. We fighting back and forth, stinking bastard. So now, if you look at the Terra papers, it was more than just Nibiru. It was a gang of the motherfucker galactics fighting her. Nibiru was the one that they claim collided with her and broke her off in pieces. So what they repaired was a simulation of what they wanted it to be, using the ley lines. Because she was already hurt before she got broken in half. She already had her own people chilling with her prior to the Galactic War and being struck. So when they struck her and repaired her, they terraformed her into their simulation.
It was probably a reset.
A reset.
Because that was the only way they could terraform.
That's the only way they could do it. Because remember, if you read even the Lost Book of Inky, that's when it clicked clear as day. And the Lost Book of Inky, when they said they had to gang up on Tiamat because she had all of the power. The rest of that particular galactic had to gang up on her to take her down.
Right.
Holy crap, I'm just realizing something. So in Genesis 1, let's get to Genesis 1. Genesis 1 has a creation, and Genesis 2 has a creation.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
Therefore, we have a spherical earth, which is either this earth or the flattened.
No, what she's saying is that
So
the
this Earth,
collision, when they collided, so think of it like this. Say this is the flat part up in here, but this is the entire piece. So when it hit the sphere, the torrid field part, because some say that the torrid field or torus field is made out of some type of crystal or the dome per se.
yeah, we still have the dome.
So when it was hit, that torus field was split.
Oh, that's the
So that's the sphere part she's talking about. That's why she said a spherical earth and a flattened one. So she described it perfectly. She was saying that the torus field, boom, it was hit. And it split that torus field. Half of that was hanging off. And obviously half of the matter earth had to be hanging with it. All right? Okay, and it says that the revive the broken world upon its torus circulating heat and water circulating systems. Okay, and so in this one, she's pretty much telling you that they had to terraform Tiamat to their conditions.
Or you got the sun.
Not that part. It just shows it's two Earths, one spherical, one's flat.
No, it's the same thing, sis. It's the same thing.
That's where they got the concept from.
Right.
You have one thing. Somebody's looking at one part and somebody's looking at another
Exactly.
part. And each one wrote a story based on what
based on that. Seen. But it was the same body.
Yeah, it just split it. Yeah.
That's like you have a torus field, right?
Yes.
So if somebody shoots you, or let's say chop off your arm, don't they have to chop through your torus to chop your arm off?
What I'm going by is what they say is the Earth is smaller than it used to be.
Right. That's what part are you not understanding?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but when it's smaller than it used to be, that means some part broke off, right?
They just said that when she got crashed in.
That's what I'm thinking. It broke off.
Yeah, they said that. They said that, and then they Inky and them repaired it to what they wanted to repair it to.
Yeah, I got it. I understand it.
Okay, so the first covenant of Adam. The first covenant Yahweh made, who had sovereignty over the world, was the Adamic covenant, in which Yahweh got a commitment from Adam to care for the garden in a certain way, but avoid eating the fruit of a certain tree as a sign of compliance. The first covenant failed to engage the first couple, and they were exiled. All right, sis. So I don't know who the first couple was.
They don't say.
All right.
But see, that's what, according to them, allegedly 78,000 years ago or whatever. According to them, that's about 78,000 years ago when the collision took place. So I guess this is some years or whatever afterwards, after they terraformed her.
Right.
But the bottom line is, even with all this that happened and all the terraforming, it was still indigenous people here.
Yep.
Because when Cain gets kicked out of the garden,
right,
and got the mark on his head, was told to everybody not to bother him because he's cursed.
Right.
Instead of the other.
Right.
Those were the indigenous people this vile motherfucker was unleashed upon. Just like how they said in the El New Treaty, how they would kill off the righteous people and then let all these fucking hybrid mongrel motherfuckers run around. Same shit.
Right. Indeed. Indeed. Okay, so the second covenant of Noah. Among human covenants, the second covenant, Noahide law, succeeded only in the outcome in which Noah and his family built a large boat and survived the flood. However, the principles of behavior that were given to Noah were not carried forward by human societies. That's interesting.
Noah had a different. It's human societies had different. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's what you was talking about, sis. With who'd you say, Cain and them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the New Testament, it's a new covenant. So there's two different covenants. Old Testament is called a covenant. The New Testament is called a covenant. So the New Testament has only 10. I'm sorry?
The first one was a Damu. This is Adam.
Right. Right. And Noah ain't in the New Testament, right? Ain't he up in the Old? I know I don't know the Bible, yeah, but damn, I do know that.
Noah's in the Old Testament, and so is Adam. So this is a third covenant here? The New Testament must be a third covenant.
Well, get a lady a chance now. She only on the second one. Now give her a little chance.
I wonder where they broke the covenant after.
Because she telling you the first covenant was with Adam.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be caring for the garden, and he wasn't supposed to eat the fruit.
But then they were exiled.
Right. So, and she's right. If they had an agreement with Enlil, a.k.a. Yahweh, and he told them don't eat up off this tree, and they ate up off the tree, and they got kicked out of the garden, didn't they break that agreement on that first covenant?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Second covenant they had with Noah, and that's self-explanatory with the flood and all of that. But it was not carried forward by the human societies, which would make sense with Cain and them. But again, just pointing out, none of this. First covenant, second covenant, that don't have shit to do with the indigenous people of the Americas. Just to be clear. All right. So, while Jews are commanded to observe 254 legal principles, non-Jews are said to be expected to follow only 7 principles said to be dated from the time of Noah. Modern Zionist Judaism regards any non-Jew who keeps these laws as righteous and guaranteed a place in the world to come. However, there is no concept of justice evident in this system of 7 principles because deceit is overlooked as a cause of human conflict. Okay, so quote, not to deny God, not to blaspheme God, not to murder, not to engage in incestuous, adulterous, bestial or homosexual relationships, not to steal, not to eat a lamb torn from a limb torn from a living animal, to set up courts to ensure obedience to other 6 laws, unquote. All right, so again, that's their laws. Let's analyze the efficacy of this group of top-down commands, placing them in the content of physical law. Opposites attract. None of these 7 rules of law guarantees a good outcome for anyone. Think about it. Cause and effect now. Those who deny God or blaspheme God can either be praised by some or attacked by others. Those who murder can be praised for patriotism or attacked and murdered in revenge. Those who are sexually prolific can enjoy themselves until they die of disease, or they can be murdered by others vested in purity or revenge. Those who steal can be praised for resourcefulness or plundered by others vested in honesty. Those who abuse animals can either profit off abuse or be abused in turn. You see, there is nothing in Noahide law about lying, perjury, cheating, default, trickery, fraud, or insubordination, avoidance of accountability for harm, abuse, or cruelty. Number 7 is crucial, that courts be set up to nullify opposite attract predatory behavior, the law of the jungle and the law of electrical attraction. If courts did not and do not undo the laws of predation, no one in civil society is safe. So it sounds like to me, she's saying that they set of laws is flawed like an MF.
Well, the laws I know is 613 laws. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, because y'all know I'm not into that. So I'm just saying, according to her, these 7 are flawed, and they don't follow them.
No. And
But
then
let's point out, this don't have shit to do with the indigenous people in North America.
Well, the Jewish law is 613, so I don't know what she's talking about. And they have
I don't
more.
care how many it is. That's their shit. I don't care how many it is. That's their shit.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying I don't know what she's talking about on that one.
All right.
Still their system is all I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I still can't understand.
It's still their system is all I'm saying. Whether or not she's accurate about the amount, that's not relevant to me.
Right. And they don't follow them anyway.
Right. Still don't change the fact of who shit it is and the fact that all that's being used against us. I mean, I understand some people still have respect for that book. I don't give a fuck about that book.
I really don't.
Period. I have no respect for it, period, in no way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
It has no relevancy to me, period. So I don't care what's accurate, what's inaccurate in it. It ain't our shit.
Exactly.
That's inky in them shit. So
exactly.
I don't give a fuck.
Right. And I didn't need Inky and them to tell me how to conduct myself. Didn't need it then, don't need it now. Same concept when I was snapping about Africans mind your motherfucking business. Black Europeans mind your motherfucking business. Patriots mind your motherfucking business. You have no place, no right, no standing to tell the indigenous people what to do. I mean what the fuck I said. So, later, as given in Mosaic law, a civil court must also create a situation for a wrongdoer that is in proportion to the crime committed. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, for which an accused must appear, and where the outcome of any act can be clearly seen as intentional to do good or do harm or be neutral and have no effect. Noahide law is patently insufficient to create a civil society in and of itself, which is the entire purpose of the push towards literacy that the patriarch Abraham fostered, and towards civil law, which was the push that Moses fostered later on. Whoa. So she basically saying Moses brought in civil law.
Hammurabi. That's what they say is Hammurabi.
In general, we see that a civil society is on a staircase, and each step has to do with creating good outcomes, increasing skills, and preventing harm. It's not about punishment, plunder, revenge, vigilantism, Nazism, pogroms, suppression, oppression, repression. God, the creator who programs kitten DNA to play and fish DNA to swim, is no monster. Child, she calling some folks out now. Let me go on back over that again. God, the creator who programs kitten DNA to play and fish DNA to swim, is no monster, regardless what is taught about him by religious bureaucrats. Civil society is intended to develop in a rational way. But when elites speak only to personal preferences, not to wisdom of the past, the people are led away from civility and tested as to their judgments. And so it is. So I'm just going to go with what she said right here. Now, the person that terraformed, went on to slice DNA, oh, they ain't the bad guy. Oh, okay then.
But didn't she say she had that bloodline?
She did. She did.
She said she's adopted out from it, whatever that means.
Whereas Jewish, Christians, and other sects take their leadings from the scriptures, often to the point of straining at gnats and swallowing camels, it can be said that all humans err in their belief structures because we cannot know God's mind. Thus, we are all mistaken to some extent, and we all need to be coaxed, mentored, and have our behavior scrutinized and improved in spirit. This is the true function of spiritual communities and the practice of prayer. To those for whom godly behavior becomes an eternal practice and life in its mastery of humility, service, and thrift becomes eternal by measures of generosity, harmlessness, and equality, which is dominion. So in other words, she's talking about the programming that takes place with religion. I submit I have had 4 directions by which God has led me to this point in history: my soul by bloodline, God's grace, forgiveness for error, my peers by choice, this time/era in which we live, which happens to be a time of judgment, which is very harsh to confront indeed. All right, so that's on her religious beliefs based on her bloodline, because she said she is of the bloodline of Enki now. So that's fair.
And all of those higher, quote unquote, higher dimensional beings all have a God that they worship.
Absolutely.
We wasn't into that shit.
No.
That's all, that system, they brought that here to us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if they're humans and those other bloodlines and they were created, then that is their God.
Yeah.
That's their God. But if you're indigenous to North America, that's not your God. So that's why people that want to mix the doctrine and say, oh, no, that happened over here, and we told y'all that didn't happen over here. Now here comes yet another document, and they going on the galactic side, going back 450,000 years, not no millions of years y'all want to pull out of your ass. And that shit still didn't happen over here.
Right.
Because you know they want to pull that millions of years out of their ass on a regular basis. The third covenant of Abraham, the willingness to make sacrifices to God's will for this world. We sacrifice our time, our resources, and sometimes we give our children to do God's will. Abraham was required to set off with his household, mobilize, and move. He had to set his business and account to writing, which had not been required before. Now there were genealogical records and admonitions to keep record of, even while traveling. Child. Okay, so she telling y'all he had to keep the books.
Mm-hmm.
They love that paperwork.
He was an innkeeper.
Yahweh's human family was growing in sophistication, even as they had to remain close to the ground, walking their pilgrimage. This was hard. The fourth covenant of Moses. The adoption of a set of common laws was intended to produce a good outcome. Monarchy for Hebrews and their Egyptian companions, not karma, not domination by might, not manipulation by power. However, the problem of ET abductions was never addressed because this world was for a measured period of time. Child. Quarantine. Child. So that's the fourth covenant of Moses. And just to be clear, that has nothing to do with North America. So common law, we told y'all, common law don't have shit to do with the indigenous people of the Americas. We told y'all that. We told y'all that shit came from Europe. Not interested. But I also find it interesting that it's talking about the problem of ET abductions was never addressed because the world was for a measured period of time quarantined. The text of this law system is given in two sections on page 61 of this manuscript, and it mirrors Western common law system in that consent is required of those who adhere to it, and the object of its administration is the thriving of the people. Child, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Y'all get what she's saying? This has so many different meanings. So many different meanings. I see the paperwork pushing shit up in here when y'all be talking about that common law and administration of law.
Those are the Moabites.
All of that. Even like, I don't even know what it means, but a commonwealth and all of that type of stuff, that like naming and districts and all of this stuff linked to paperwork and administration and
exactly.
bureaucracy.
Exactly. And people get fighting mad at you when you say, I don't give a fuck about common law. I don't give a fuck about that admin. I don't give a fuck about that paperwork. Because we entered and understood where it fucking came from. And it says common law system in that consent is required of those who adhere to it. And I say again, I don't fucking consent to it because it doesn't apply to me.
Part of a system that you consent to be a part of.
Exactly. That's inky binky them shit. We keep fucking telling y'all that. But as we know, Israel didn't keep it. They left their law, and as a result, Jerusalem was sacked by King Nebuchadnezzar II. king of Babylon, and the Jewish people were dragged off to Babylon to live in exile until their Messiah came or comes, whichever you wish to believe.
Listen, I wanted to, I saw word predation when we finally got to where I could get there.
Uh-huh.
And they have no rules against predation. Somebody didn't have any rules against predation in one of those laws. Now, I looked up the word predation, and do you know it's the one organism kills and consumes another. Predation provides energy to prolong the life and promote the reproduction of the organism that does the killing. Do you know this is what we're dealing with people right now?
It would make sense, though. Don't it make sense, though, sis? Thank you for
They
looking that up.
parasite.
It makes sense.
It's that, I guess it must be in this predatory part here. So they have no laws against killing you to live longer. That's why they laugh about it.
They don't give a fuck. No fucks are given.
But it's levels to that, as you see with predatory lending, and how predatory is just all throughout the language.
Yep.
And society.
Right.
Preying on others.
Exactly.
Thus your prayers to them has the same effect.
Yep. Excellent point.
Getting your energy. They're preying on you many ways. They're feeding off of you, period.
Yep.
Submission to the system is giving energy to them.
Yep.
As you see, they said Abraham was charged with going around writing down everything.
Yep.
That's when they first started with the owning shit.
Exactly. He was an administrator.
And Moses picked it up and, all down through their line while they going everywhere, taking everybody's shit because God told them to. It's either you bow down or we take your shit.
Exactly.
You serve our God or we take your shit.
Exactly.
They still doing that shit to this day. But they ain't doing this shit for no mystery sky daddy.
Exactly.
They doing it for their bloodline. That's why that book keep talking about bloodline.
Exactly.
And we're not of those bloodlines.
Exactly.
They tell you that.
Yep.
They tell you specifically who the fuck they're talking about. Indigenous people are set separate and aside from every category that pertains to them. They are very specific.
Yep.
When they say indigenous people or indigenous being. They don't classify us as none of those nationalities. Period.
Yep.
It's always indigenous. They don't classify us as nothing but indigenous.
Yep.
Period.
Yep. They don't even say Aboriginal. They say indigenous. All right. So 70 years later, when Israel was permitted to return to Israel, most of the 10 tribes had already migrated into Northern Europe, especially into Ukraine, Scandinavia, and Britain. So it was a very small remnant indeed that repopulated Palestine in the Middle East when King Cyrus allowed Jews to return to Jerusalem after their exile. See Yair Davidi's The Tribes, Israel, Origins of Western Peoples. All right. Fifth covenant comprised the diaspora conditions Jews endured, who were and are scattered across the face of civilization, conditions which still obtain today for those Jews still awaiting their Messiah to come lead them to a moral victory over evil and slavery. Damn.
Still waiting.
That's why it's so engraved in people. This shit is deep, y'all.
But still waiting, though, sis.
Yeah. Still waiting. But yeah, still waiting. But that's fucked up, Brother Sean. That's why folks can't let the shit go, because it's a covenant.
Mm-hmm.
See what I tell y'all about not taking on these titles? When you taking on the title of being an Israelite, a Hebrew, a Jew, you were a slave. I told you all, you are taking on the energy of those things. And here she telling you that it's a fucking covenant.
Well, it says that all nations have spirits. So that's all bloodlines too.
That's all of their bloodlines. This has nothing to do with North American, indigenous North Americans. So I say again, when you take on these different titles of being an Israelite, a Jew, a Hebrew, a slave, you're taking on the agreement of this fifth covenant. You're going to wait on your Messiah. The sixth covenant of the Messiah. Child. But a Messiah did come, one whom Jews in general and many Gentiles still ignore and hold in contempt. The man, God, Yahshua ben Joseph, who was born to Mary, a direct descendant of King David of Israel, which gave Jesus the right to ascend the Jewish throne through Mary and through the adoption by his fostering father, Joseph. We have a problem with both locations and chronology. The Hebrew Bible says Jesus was born in 3 BC in Bethlehem in Palestine, but the Cobran Bible, British, the British Bible, says Jesus was born in 1072 AD in Bethlehem in the north, not in Palestine. Moreover, the northern Cobran, the British version, says twins were.
What?
Child, baby. Child. So the British version of their Cobran says twins were born to Mary, Jesus and Judas.
Mm-hmm.
Child.
But it's so many differences. It's a the Cobran Bible, British, but then it's the Northern Cobran Bible. So just within that same region, it's differences from Northern, from Southern in the story.
Child. Okay. They done made my doggone allergies water up. I'm itching. I ain't never heard about no twins. Have anyone on this panel heard about some motherfucking twins?
No, she had children though, but they didn't say that.
Yeah.
But that lines up with that binary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it lines up with that Abraham. No, Rachel or somebody's story. She had twins. The one was
and just the archetype of like the hero and the villain, like
right.
What was it? Yeah.
But if you think about it, though, they did say that it was Judas that actually died on the cross and not Jesus.
I never even heard that.
Mm-hmm.
I heard somebody else, Eliezer died on the cross and they made up Jesus.
And there's so many rock bands and music that be like Judas.
Yep.
I mean, there's not that many Jesus in it, but they be just on Judas Priest.
Yep. Child, they got me itching. Yes, it's Tracy, duality.
You know when they talk.
Oh, get out of here. Vixen99 says, well, the TV show Lucifer shows Lucifer had a twin. Baby! Because you know Lucifer is the morning star, right?
Yeah, and then Jesus is the same.
Baby, stop. You better stop playing with me, Vixen.
Both the same. They have the same description.
But ain't Inky and Leo twins? Ain't they Lucifer and Satan?
Yeah. Inky and Leo is Lucifer and Satan. Exactly.
And the Catholics worship Jesus and Lucifer.
Yes. Yes. Child. Woo!
I think they talked about the transfiguration as far as why Jesus didn't die on the cross or whatever. That it was Judas, and that's how he went on and had children with Mary.
Yeah, you're going to have to speak up, Brother Sean. You know.
Okay. Yeah, but as far as he allegedly went on and had a family with Mary.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, with Mary Magdalene. Yeah.
So they were saying it was Judas
that died. Baby.
That he looked like him, like he was made to look like him.
And Sis Tressie said that's why you have the devil on the left and the angel on the right. Oh, okay, 9100 Hustler, you right, baby. That constitutes a explosion. Child, I ain't never heard about no twins being involved, honey. This contradiction complicates everything connected with covenants. Oh, woo! Here it go. Did Jesus die by crucifixion or was it Judas? Did Jesus live on to found the Merovingians? Royal dynasty, of which King Arthur was the final root. Child, let me go on and bomb again on that. Baby.
About that King Arthur story. They love that motherfucking King Arthur story.
Baby, they will bring that King Arthur story out on your ass in a heartbeat, baby.
No, was that Nicolas Cage who was after the Holy Grail or whatever? Because they talked about that and
Child.
It was either Nicolas Cage or Tom Hanks.
Oh, you talking about yeah, that was Tom Hanks because that was based on that book.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about right there.
Yeah. Yep. Child. Woo, honey, they got me scratching and shit. And so when I think of these, I never pronounced their name right. The Merovingians. I think of banking.
And it was on the Matrix too, the Merovingian.
Yeah, because when y'all pointed that out, I broke up out in another itch.
That's Bush's little guy's bloodline, isn't it? The Merovingian.
That's a lot of people's bloodline that are in political office because they also say Pelosi is of that bloodline too.
Yeah.
And they use that name or that title in a lot of sci-fi stuff and books and like comics and stuff. Like,
Da Vinci Code. Yeah, thank you, Vixen. Yeah. That's what Brother Sean was thinking of. The Da Vinci Code. Yep. Well, the Gospel of Barnabas, the Quran, and Vatican documents say yes, all of the above, but in truth, no diminution in value of covenants is wrought. So did she just say that the Vatican and them and the Gospel of Barnabas, the Quran, they all say that all this shit was true?
What they said.
Baby, I'm done. You hear me?
That's why he has all those things on his head. he has different religions on his head, you know, and on his vesture. That's just he has different Muslims, Christians.
And we should have known. We should have known when Judas was set up to be the low down dirty dog that shit was reversed. Wow. But to get back to the covenant of the Messiah itself, Jesus' ministry occurred at a time when political corruption was rife, and the methods he employed to confront corruption were those of Lyra and have been adopted by peace movements ever since. Confrontation in silence with absolute non-resistance to evil. So, is the Lyra another galactic civilization, or am I just mixing something up here?
No, you correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lie up upon nobody.
And that's also they be using these same names and different stuff. That's the name of like a big healthcare company, Lyra.
Baby, I'm done. So what they basically saying,
Greek mythology.
huh?
Greek mythology, the Lyra.
Yes.
It's like a yeah.
So that's what Jesus' ministry is based on. These Lyra people shit.
And it's a constellation.
And that's what I was thinking of, the constellation. Right. So that's they people shit, though. And as Brother 832 came on earlier, when he talked about melanated people, these psyopses that they're running with melanated people being killed, and then they turn around in public and forgive. Ain't that this concept?
Yeah.
Turn the other cheek.
And I told y'all that shit was a psyops. Child. Did his method work out for peace? How many Christians have been martyred for their non-resistance to evil in the past 1400 years? How many Christians were martyred by Islam alone? Ask yourself. The number is actually in the billions of victims of jihad and pogroms of genocide upon societies that were peace, able, and non-resistant. Okay? So in other words, they don't even protect their own. Is this why Lyra fell in 600,000 BC? They did not resist evil, but they were later blamed for their extinction when they were told by Christos Elohim at Orion Nebula, you should have known and protected yourself from predators. Baby. I got to scratch a little extra.
Yes.
I'm just going to read that again because they talking about Lyra and them's people now.
Mm-hmm.
They did not resist evil, but they were later blamed for their extinction when they were told by Christos Elohim. So Christians, see Christos? See where your fucking word comes from? Els, Elohim. At Orion Nebula, you should have known and protected yourselves from predators. So in other words, I gives no fucks about your extinction. You shouldn't have let them kick your ass on a regular motherfucking basis.
You got plants that fight back for their life.
Sure will. And like Big Mama used to tell you back in the day when that bully kept picking on you and you kept running in the house, such and so picked on me. If you bring your ass back in this house one more motherfucking day, telling me that so and so picked on you, I'm going to beat your ass. Now you better go out there and beat their ass.
Mm-hmm.
knows that there are predatory races in the galaxy, right? Have Christians, right, in the galaxy now. Have Christians today resisted the abductions of ETs or the tyranny of the state? Christians, as taught by Jesus, adopted the higher Lyrian ethics just as the essence set of Judaism had. In fact, John the Baptist, Jesus' cousin, was in Essene. And the outcome was the same each time. Slaughter of his community by ideological advocates of conquest doctrines of superiority at Masada, at Jerusalem, and all over Europe.
Maybe that's why the patriots are not fighting back yet.
They're Christians.
Right, they're Christians. And those that's melanated people that are Christians, ain't that y'all motherfucking doctrine? Ain't that your doctrine? Ain't that your turn the other cheek doctrine? Ain't that what your king, the Martin Luther, told you?
Love your enemy.
Turn the other motherfucking cheek, all of that. That's why they keep running you this psyops. With, it don't matter if they gun you down in the street, I forgive you. Now, I told you, the people I know, Ray and them indigenous Indians, that ain't the way they fucking feel. But that's the program that they're running on you. So now you know the exact program. It ain't even Jesus' motherfucking program. It's a lie run. And they got slaughtered and wiped out. Whew, baby. What were teachings that kept getting peaceable people like Jesus in trouble? So, yeah, we gonna pick up right there. Child, because they done made my motherfucking skin literally itch. My ears was ringing, ring-a-ding-a-linging. I'll take a picture so I remember where we at. Ears was fucking ringing. Now my ears itching, so I got to stop, y'all. So, we're going to start with you, Brother Scotty. Do you have any last words for the family?
Man, this was a lot.
I know.
Last words, you know, I don't even have no last words. It's just all come together, and you know, it's all in our favor. We just gotta pay attention and just do what we know is in us to do. Like, the information is all here. It's the reason we in this age of technology and information, despite all the fear tactics, fear mongering that they doing. Like, we can't get distracted by that because they know that we know. So
right.
They're going to do that damn at the last moment. They're going to do all their little last ditch efforts to try to hold on to their last bit of power, their last bit of whatever, because they know their time is up. So, yeah.
Indeed. Indeed. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, I was just looking at this revenge kind of stuff you're talking about. And the Southern Confederate Army was based with our Indian folks put on the army troops and fought for their land. And if they hadn't have fought, they would have lost. And if they did fight, they still lost because the Payors, which are Phoenician, they took all the southern property when they lost the war. So it was better to stand and to fight, I suppose, than lay down and let somebody walk all over you. So at least they gave it a good try.
Yeah,
family.
yeah. And the only thing that we need to take out of that whole thing is the fall was the mixing.
Right.
That was the fall, because we've proven tonight where the Confederacy, where the concept of Confederacy came from. So that was, you know, the melanated Europeans mixed with our bloodline, mixing with our bloodline,
Right.
forming the confederacies to fight off the Brits when we never should have been in agreement with none of their asses in the first place. I stood strong by that. I said we created a great atrocity and broke universal laws when we started trading commerce with the Dutch for the purpose of the animals, with the fur trade.
Right.
And it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. So that's what I take out of that whole thing. Yeah, at that point, they didn't have a choice but to team up with their new family members that had married into the indigenous people bloodline, but we had already fallen so far.
Well, you know, I go back a little bit further. I'll go back to the 1600s when they first landed here on Plymouth Rock. And our people were kind enough to offer them education and help. And what did they do? Please. And we've been in trouble ever since, you know, because that's, I think, is where it started when they first came on Plymouth.
Right, but the Dutch was here before that.
Oh, yeah, they brought those 2,000 or 200.
Yeah, so the Dutch was here, I want to say at least the 1500s. The Dutch was here first. So all that fuckery that took place in New York, New Jersey, all that motherfucking bullshit with that fur trade and all of that, the ancestors were in violation right then.
Yeah, doing all that stuff. Yeah, that was a bad thing because we lived to rue it because.
So they didn't start fucking with the South until the 1600s when the French start bringing a fucking funk ass over here. So the 1600s represented the melanated French bringing they funk asses over here, the Huguenots.
I thought the whole Plymouth Rock thing was allegedly 1492 when Columbus, 1492 when Columbus.
Huh?
I thought that was when Columbus landed. He allegedly landed on Plymouth Rock. Wasn't that 1492 when Columbus?
Right, and wouldn't that be Spain, stinking ass?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay then.
And everybody was melanated. So.
Right, let's be clear. Everybody was melanated. Columbus, stinking ass, the Dutch, the Huguenots. The white man didn't show up on the scene to 1800s, although they start coming over here in the 1700s, but in horrid conditions. So that's where the ancestors made the mistake with the mixing of the bloodline with going into contracts, i.e. covenants, breaking natural law. And these are the things we, as the descendants of the ancestors, are supposed to be cleaning up. So when I say sweep around your doorstep, break your bloodline curses, I mean what the fuck I say. It is for a reason. I've been telling you this for years. And you're not breaking no bloodline nor no curses when you're holding on to their systems. You are accepting their covenants. This document is laying out for you, line item by line item, what their fucking covenants are. So if you support their system, you support their covenants. You are in consent of it, and you therefore curse your bloodline. What is fucking hard about this? Now, if those are your people, if Inky Binky them, they're your people, and you the Hebrews, the Israelites, all of that, then have at it. But you indigenous of North America, you keep fucking with that stuff, you keep cursing your bloodline. Plain and simple. So, all right, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I guess. If you're still concerned with being passive in war, and they clearly tell you what happened to motherfuckers who went down that road, it clearly tells you that Jesus, Yeshua, Ben Joseph, whatever you choose to call it, these are the Annunaki bloodline.
Exactly.
Period. He's an alien that led his followers to be slaughtered. It clearly tells you in their little treaty that murder is part of their system.
Yep.
They thrive off of that. And you let aliens lead you to be slaughtered, and you think you're doing it for a higher purpose, that you'll make it to heaven and be able to worship at the clerk's feet for all of eternity.
Right.
You don't want what's yours. You want what they're offering you.
Exactly.
You're so fearful to fight when you're being fought against. You're being attacked on every level. And when you stand up for yourself and speak truth, motherfuckers that look like you are the first to condemn you.
Yep.
To tell you that you crazy, that you are the agent, that you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And how do they try and prove that? Wordplay.
Yep.
They talk about some privileges they may have gotten.
Yep.
But you still in the system because all of your privileges are listed in the system. And there's certain things that you have to do to get those privileges.
Right.
But it's all by consent, as they said.
Yep.
It's by consent, as you all say.
Yep.
When you refer to the Constitution. Governed by the consent of. Now we see whose concept it really is. So, unless the Moors are actually inky in them, you ain't created shit.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody down here created this fucking system.
Exactly.
Not nobody that's indigenous.
Sure the fuck didn't.
So if you saying that you created this system, you're not indigenous to here. You don't have a goddamn thing to say about nothing going on with indigenous people. Or you said who you are. We're taking you at your word. You have the right to pick and choose what you say you are. We're respecting that. You say that you're this, that, or the other, and those things aren't indigenous to here. So, I'm respecting who and what you are. We telling you to get the fuck gone.
Exactly.
Beat it with your daddy in there. Bye. Y'all ain't helping us do shit.
Nope.
Y'all trying to keep us in the fucking system. Don't y'all say that y'all not supposed to destroy the system? That y'all are part and parcel? If you're a part of the system, you have to go. That's your choice. That's your consent. Your daddy and them keep telling you that they got Mars back ready for y'all. All these portals and stargates opened up, all these ships up here. NOI, the Great Wheel, the Mother Wheel, or whatever it is y'all call it. If it's up there, that means that your prophets are right there.
Right.
They're closer to you than they ever been. Bleep your ass up there on the Mother Wheel.
Right. Get the fuck on.
Or do whatever it is you got to do to get them to open up the goddamn door or beam you up or whatever. That's what you should be concentrating on.
Right.
Getting back home.
Exactly.
That's all we want is our home back.
Right.
Concentrate on your home. They ready. They waiting for y'all.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep. They came to
We're
pick
not
y'all
stopping
up.
you. We're not stopping
Sure
you.
ain't.
I can't say it's been nice because it hasn't. But I mean, if we use the etymology of nice, I mean, I guess it has been that, but you know what the fuck I mean.
Right.
Get out of here.
Right.
Love y'all, family.
All right, Brother Sean. Indeed, let me give you another explosion. Indeed. So thank you again to the family. Thank you to the YouTube family. Love you all very much. Thank you to my son, Brother Scotty. That was so sweet. He sent the super chat. Thank you to the family callers. Appreciate you. Thank you, Brother 832, for putting something on it as usual. Thank you to, of course, my wonderful co-hosts who have been rocking with me for years, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean. So, ciao. Whew. We're going to be back next week. We learning something every week, and I'm so glad that we did extend this series. And I know that it all happened for a reason, because all of the things that we've been discussing over the years, and we've been telling you all over the years about this system and the origins of it, here we go again. We brought y'all the receipts in this particular time frame. And when I say this time frame, I am referring to this galactic cycle. And now here, this lady's document is telling you the true origins. I told y'all this was Inky Binky's and them shit. I told y'all Inky Binky and them brought that patriarch shit with them. So much love and respect to the family. We will be back next week. So family, make sure that you support the other YouTubers with definitely viewing their wonderful bodies of work. Please check out Sis Bethy. She's powerful. She has a lot of great information. She's a beast on that genealogy. So check her out. She got a nice couple of last 2 drops she did. It's very, very good. Check out legendary Top Cat. He got a nice couple of last 2 drops that he did, given the true history on the melanated European, who was who did what, when, and why. And also support Sister Tasha She. She's been dropping some heavy knowledge as well. So love you all very much, family. We will be back next week. Thank you, Brother Scotty. To my son, love you much.
Love you too. Love you guys. Peace and love.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True UnCONPromeyezed.